start.
Yep.
Welcome everybody to the Speed by hearing. An open session to be recorded, members of the public. It's new to me that I'm the first hearing, so bear with me and go through. So declaration of interest, just to make sure everyone knows the declaration of interest. Submitters that wish to be heard, we've got to speak for 5 minutes, is that correct, Wayne?
Yep, correct, yep.
And at the end of that, the members will be asked questions. If you want to know more questions, ask more submitters. So if we're here already, 9:30 till 10, we've got James Dicey.
He's just trying to join.
Just trying to join on Zoom.
Yeah.
So bear with us for
Well,
right. So we'll talk before we're waiting for him to join. Richard, if you'd like to come and speak to your submission since we're waiting for a link into James Dicey. So Richard Davison. Tony Cole.
Let's just sit here or?
Yep.
Okay. Leave, can we for a moment?
Yeah. No, definitely, mate. Sound comfortable.
I've only submitted and concentrated on one area, which is dear to my heart. Family having lived here for the last 114 years, so Instru Road at the Clyde Bridge so my submissions and requests, which I note are repeated by 3 or 4 other submitters, and I very much support what they've had to say as well. They're along the same lines. This stretch of road from the Clyde Bridge to Hawksman Road, kilometre or so maybe at the most. Just quickly thinking about it, I can think of at least 9 accidents on that bit of road, including 1 fatal in my days. It's been prone to quite a number of accidents. Some of them are quite serious. The fact that it is that area now is a residential subdivision and is very likely to increase in its intensity and size by subdivisions on the other side of the road in the near future, is going to increase the number of people that are using that bit of road, walking, biking, and whatever. The fact that the sides of the road don't have, as you would expect in a rural area, what has been a rural area, to have any paths or walkways or whatever. I don't have a particular issue with that. If they were there, it gives a bit of guidance to people as to where to walk and all the rest of it. But there are certainly children not, because my property and workshop, I'm there all day, every day. I see, dozens, hundreds of people walk up and down that road and cycle, etc. The intention of extending the 50k zone from what is just about 50 metres from my workshop door along to 20 metres on the Alexandra side, or the southern side of Paulin Road. I support that, but my submission is that it doesn't go far enough. Vehicles coming the other way from the south, from Conroy's End up, for them to have to slow from 100k to 50k in 20 metres just simply does not make sense at all. I just cannot understand the logic of why that has been put in. There is no transition zone whatsoever between the 100k and the 50k. It is just 20 metres and you're in a 50k zone with the entrance into that main subdivision. My suggestion is that the 50k be extended down to Hawksman Road to Picnic Gully, which is only 300 or 400 metres further along. So that's the end of the Picnic Gully subdivision. And then a transition zone, which I feel and I believe should always be in place, no matter whether the transition from 100 to 50k, a transition zone for there back along, back south towards the southern end towards Conroy's. However long a transition zone needs to be, I'm not a roading engineer, so I can't say how long that should be, but my suggestion would be that it be, certainly a few hundred metres, maybe back along to the substation, which is, 400 or 500 metres back further along. I noticed another submitter has submitted that transition should go back to Hanning Road, which is another few hundred metres further south again. Either way, it doesn't really worry me, but the reason for that is that when you're coming from the south, from Conroy's end into that, to where I'm suggesting the transition zone being, when you come to Hawksman Road, Bracknell Gully, it is a very bad bend, and as I said, there has been at least one fatal accident there. I can well remember and recall exactly the people who were in my next door neighbour who passed away. As you come into that bend, it's slightly rising road and it turns to the right, and you cannot see over and around that bend. So I'm suggesting that the 70k transition zone be installed, and then it transitions from 70 to 50k at that point at Hawksman Road, etc.
Actually 5 minutes, but just.
I'm sorry. Gee, got it quick. My suggestion is that this be done now in this process, rather than go to the time, trouble, and expense of doing it in a year or 2 years' time when the subdivisions, further subdivisions are taking place.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I have one. Thank you for that. I'm just, with regards to, actually, and it may even just be for Julie in relation to that transition zone.
Yes, so
Julie.
hi Richard. So 70k transition zones. What they do it down on the Tyree really well, main road going into Dunedin. They'll have a warning that it's 50k ahead, a couple of hundred metres before 50k. So instead of it actually being a speed limit change, it's a warning that. So you're suggesting 50k out to Hawksburn Road?
Yes, just to the end of the subdivision.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then where was the 70k to, Richard?
Well, whatever.
Yeah,
As the transition.
Yeah. So
Whatever distance a transition zone is.
We went to Hawksburn Road, and then we did a
Signage.
coming up to the 50k's.
It's not very far, is it, from where
No.
this looks great, so it's only logical it goes on the other side of the road, that seems. But we can discuss that.
Am I allowed to ask questions in reply?
Can do that.
Why are transition zones, which are in place all around the country, all of a sudden now illegal or not allowed to be
We
implemented?
know that it's a national, they've set a new national guideline that we have to follow to set speed limits, and they've taken that away. So that's a Waka Kotahi, or the New Zealand Transport Agency, and it's been put into legislation recently, isn't it, Alex? So
It's not their
yeah,
road, is it?
it's not council making that call, it's been a government call.
I think we'll have another hearing. That is just dumb and stupid, and my response to that is that you can put as many signs as you like up, and I see a lot of people have made submissions about that. People just don't take any notice of it.
And unfortunately, that's not, we can't fix driver behaviour. Yeah, so.
Fully understand.
If we could, we would be doing very well, but that's where our job is, to make sure that that driver behaviour is actually saying, right, you're going to have that speed zone come up. And I know exactly what you're talking about, Julie. It's right at the little Irish, on those shops before you come into the 80k zone.
Yeah.
So you actually in that
And
area.
they have signs.
Yes, and it's so, I mean, that's something that we can do.
Well, the cars would be down, don't they?
Yes,
I know exactly what she's talking about, and I know that when you take your foot off a normal automatic car, it don't slow down very quick, and I know that when I go to the meeting, I'm still doing more than the speed limit when I hit that sign, unless you use your brakes.
Yes.
But with this particular bad bend, and that's where the traffic accident took place.
Thank you for that. Any questions, Tony, you're on?
No, thank you, Richard.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Tim. Cheers.
I've now got James, William Paul.
Right, so we're just going to wait now for James, who's our first minute, and we'll get him on. Give him another call in a minute, figure out.
Yep. We've got
What do you want to do now?
Tony.
Tony.
Tony, might as well jump in there while we're. Call James on the phone.
Doesn't he know?
Well, Session 188. Go ahead.
Right, morning everybody, thanks very much for your time. I want to talk specifically about Dunstan Road and Springvale Road. I live in Arnott Street in Alexandra, and I go to Clyde quite a bit. I oppose the changes for various reasons. I've driven that road thousands of times over 40 years, so I've seen it change a little. I think it's a good long road. It has great visibility, whether you're driving on it or whether you're pulling out onto it from the driveways along the road. But it's quite an important thoroughfare for public users. There's a lot of people in my position that use that road to get from Alexandra to Clyde or Alexandra to Clonmel or vice versa. And you want to get down the original way to Knots. I really can't see any issue with the safety of that road. Like I said, it's a good long straight road, good visibility. If you're pulling out onto the road, you generally got visibility for hundreds of metres in any direction. I can't see how you could say it's an unsafe road to use. And when it comes to imposing speed limits, I think they should be the last option that are considered for whatever reason that you want to change things. There's ways that you can make roads safer. You can get better visibility. It's already been done at the old racecourse. The willow trees were cut down, making it a lot easier to see a little further as you did get onto some little curves. Warning signs can be used, of course, and more extreme cases, rumble strips across roads, quite a good way of getting somebody's attention that something's about to change on the road ahead. I believe that drivers generally drive to what they feel a naturally safe sort of speed. Keeping it at 100 would allow people to drive at 100 if the traffic conditions and the weather conditions are suitable. Also see examples of the natural speed reduction. If you look at Clyde outside Oliver's, proposed change down to 30 kilometres an hour. I'm not sure whether it make much difference because I don't see people driving more than 30 kilometres an hour. Anyway, it's quite narrow. Generally, it's cars, people, and drivers. Most of us, vast majority, I think, are reasonable drivers and will adjust their driving accordingly. If you reduce speed limits, there's a risk of complacency. If people are pulling out onto a road and they expect traffic to be, say, at 80 kilometres an hour, and somebody either A, doesn't see the signs or doesn't seem to think that the road is that bad that they should reduce it, one day somebody's going to go through there, someone's going to pull out expecting traffic at a certain speed, and that's when you can get problems. The sort of national ideology of bringing speed down, NZTA are accused drivers, of course, it's a little bit of zealotry. There's an article here I found on the 12th of May, sort of addressing that type of issue, and there's a guy who knows a lot about driving called Greg Murphy. I'm sure all of you have heard of him. He's a driver trainer and a big safety advocate, and he's not in favour of these big droppings of speed limits. He states here, he says the road to zero is a laudable but unachievable goal, and he says that NZTA seems to be focused on reducing speeds first and then ignoring people who oppose it. And I guess their philosophy is going to filter down to local government. I know they look after the state highways. But he said here that what's happening is drivers are being dumbed down. They quite capable of driving at 100 kilometres an hour anyway. This is the vast majority that drive completely at 100 kilometres an hour, doing the right thing, be focused, and they're driving tens of thousands of kilometres a year. Every driving tens of thousands of kilometres every year quite safely. So you're just dragging these people down, and that's the majority of people, to a nanny kind of situation. And I believe that. I'm not a big fan of nanny state type stuff. And he says here quite often that it's used the Napier Taupo Road, and a friend who lives up there, and it doesn't matter what people said, they got the speed limit anyway, even though most people were opposed it. And he goes on saying how they're spending a lot of money, millions of dollars in fact, on their pretty awful ads. You would have seen some of the Road to Zero ads. And I don't think there is a lot of public support. The AM show a couple of weeks ago stated that they had 88 spin doctors to try and push this narrative. If this was a popular thing with the public, I don't believe you'd need to have 88 people trying to push your narrative. They seem to be taking it their own initiative to do their own thing. And in particular, with Dunstan Road and Springbell Road, I'm not sure what reducing speed limits are actually going to solve. I'm not aware of it being a real big crash area. Brandy Hill, of course, awful bit of road just around the corner, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the thoroughfare. So I'm not sure what changing the speed limit would actually do apart from annoy people. Obviously, when you're making these decisions, you're trying to balance the safety and risk. I don't see that it's a particularly risky road to drive. Like I said, I've driven it thousands of times.
That's your 5 minutes, Tony.
Okay. I'll shut up.
Questions? Tony?
Yeah, Dunstan Road, you've driven it thousands of times over many years, so you will have seen the changes. I would be interested to know what your self-assessment of your speed is between that bit from sort of the race course to Springvale Road. Because you said people naturally reduce their speeds or drive at the speed that they feel that they should be driving. What's your speed through that area?
By the time I get onto that corner, I'm starting to slow down anyway. I know there's a corner coming up, so I don't like using my brakes unnecessarily, so I'll naturally start slowing down as I come around there. Because I know I've got to give way. Probably 1 in 20 times I'll have to stop at that corner. If you're talking about going from Alex to Clyde, or are you talking about coming the other way?
Coming from Alex to Clyde, yeah. Through that bit past the mini golf and the Orchard Gardens.
That's part of that, obviously. But you are aware that there's driveways there. You can see signs for like Orchard Gardens and stuff like that. And as a local, I guess it's no problem. You sort of know what the road is, gives a little bit of an advantage. But you're naturally slowing down because you know you're going to potentially have to stop. But you will be being very careful as you're going on to Springvale Road. That's part of when you're pulling onto a 100k road. It's driver, be aware, be focused, and yeah.
And how are you finding it with one thing I've noticed in the last few years, the amount of cyclist traffic crossing, both on their bike and pushing their bike, in particular at Hillview Road, where they're going across to get up to the wineries on Hillview Road, and then also at that airport, now Coates Road intersection, to go across to the biking and walking tracks up through there. And Dunstan Road is a wide road. It's quite a lot of road to get across as a pedestrian or cyclist. How have you noticed the change in that behaviour at those two intersection points over the last few years?
It's definitely a lot more, definitely a lot more cyclists getting around, but you are aware of them. I mean, when you're in a vehicle, you've got a responsibility, you should be switched on. Great visibility, so it's not as if they're leaping out of bushes on the side of the road. Okay, any cyclist, you can see a long way away. Most cyclists are along the rail trail there, so most of the time they're not near the road. And yeah, it's not hard to see somebody because the visibility is so good. And you see congregation on Coates Road there quite often, people often there. So I don't see it as an issue.
Do you ever see them caught out, like they're walking because traffic's approaching at 100 k's and they don't realise it's approaching at 100 k's. They're walking, and all of a sudden they're running with their bike or their dog or their small dog
Yeah,
across
no,
the
I've never
road.
seen it. But I'd be quite surprised because obviously both parties should be looking where they're going. And you're in a 100k zone, you should be aware of you're in a 100k zone, and you get taught as a kid, both ways, that type of thing. It's not rocket science. And like I said, it's not areas that people are going to suddenly leave out onto the road in front of people. It's clear visibility all out there. So I don't see that as an issue. I don't think that me knowing that the cyclists there and watching out for them is any different to anyone else using that road. Yeah, I really don't see it as a safety issue. Yes, traffic's going faster, but people should be aware of that and adjust accordingly.
Questions? And that's going to have a discussion about it later on.
All right.
10 times.
Yes.
We'll try.
Thank you very much.
James on now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We have to leave.
No.
That'd be okay.
Oh,
hey, it's Wayne here from Central Otago District Council.
Yeah, I'm just watching you guys. I'm looking at live stream, but I can watch you, but I can't actually say anything.
Well, I've got you on speaker now, and you can give your submission just on the phone here for that.
Fantastic.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, James. Stu here. I'm chairing the meeting today. So fire away and speak to your submission. Thank you.
Okay, so there's actually 4 roads that I want to talk to. The first one is one that I live on, Kenmure Road. The current road speed limit. The proposal is to drop that to 60 kilometres. I support that in its entirety all the way to just past Carrick. The road is tricky and winding, and there's a whole lot more cyclists which would be getting on off their bikes and a lot more traffic in that area, but Bannockburn and then. But from the Carrick area on, the road opens up, the cyclists well off the track, the cycle trails disappeared. There's no parking. The sight lines are clear, and there's a lot of straights in there. So applying the same 60 kilometres an hour to that section, I think would be negative, and I don't think it's justified, given the fact that the road change is actually quite dramatically post Carrick. That's the first. The second one is Pearson Road. The proposal is to drop that. And that road is straight. There are no blind rises. There are very, very few entrances and exits on that. The only other proper formed road is Sandflat Road. There's a very small number of domestic accesses on the road. It's a nice wide open road with nice wide open edges. The only tricky area is near the state highway, which is currently controlled with a reduced speed sign. The worst thing about that area is the poles are too close to the road. But again, that's not a road that justifies my opinion, having driven it a heap of times, being dropped from 100 kilometres an hour to 80 kilometres an hour. And frankly, the same thing applies to Sandflat Road as well, which is also very long, very straight, now partially sealed. There's one blind rise over near Highlands, which the only issue with that is when the speedway's on, and they control that with traffic safety management plan when that event is on. So I again don't agree that the speed limit there needs to be changed from 100 to 80 kilometres an hour, which is the proposal. If it's just because it's a road, then same things needs to apply to all gravel roads, which I again don't agree with. Because the gravel roads can be safely crossed at 100 kilometres an hour, in my opinion. And then again, the second to last road is Bannockburn Road. I think the proposal is to change it from 100 to 80. I don't have a problem with that at all. In fact, I support that. There's a lot of blind rises or passing areas. So I don't have a problem with that one. But I do on Ripponburn Road, where again the proposal is to change it from 100 to 80. There are a number more access parts, and there's some slightly awkward and unsighted areas. But that again, in my opinion, could be controlled with road markings, which it currently isn't, with yellow lines or double yellow lines that shouldn't be passing those areas, because the road, with the way it's shaped, the risk is not so much the speed that's going on that road, but it's where the passing occurs. I believe that passing could be controlled with a signage rather than a speed limit.
Thank you very much for that. Pretty thorough. Any questions from the members? Tracy?
No, it
Dana?
was pretty clear.
No.
Right,
Thanks,
thank you very
James.
much for that, James. Sorry for the bit of a hold up getting you organised with technology, but no, we'll take those on definitely when we're going to deliberations later on. So thank you very much for your speaking to submission.
No problem at all. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Welcome everyone. All right. So for the people who weren't here before, my name is Stuart Duncan. I'm chairing this meeting with Councillor Oakley and my deputy Tracy Patterson. So the procedure is basically speak to your submission, you get 5 minutes, and then we can ask you questions at the end of it. And yes, it's a big issue, so we've got a few bits and pieces and laws we have to deal with as well. So we're a bit ahead of time, but we'll go to submission reference number 86 and Kim. Park up over here, sit down, then take your mask off and tell us what you think.
Hi guys, I'm just here from Cambrian Road, up Central, up near St Bathans. We've been there for 7.5 years, I think, about that, but I was just surprised that the Cambrian Road wasn't in the speed change. What are we doing there? It's open road through there, and I don't know if you guys have been there, but it's just a dead end road, so you go to and from. When we first got there, I think there was 5 permanent residents, and now there's 23 permanent residents. The road's not very wide. It has been eco-sealed now, so it's a bit safer than it was. I've been dealing with council since 2017 over the speed, not all the time, but just back and forwards. I've got emails here to back me up on that. And some of them have said that, which was bits by surprise, because I have, they have, back in February 2018, I had an email from Andy Bartlett, who knows not the council. I've been seeing probably 3 or 4 different people through roading in that time. And he said that Cambrian Road will be included in the CODC speed limit review, which we now got underway as a result of the speed limit changes and locations across the district, blah, blah, blah. He came out with somebody else to the site and did agree that on these speed limits, so they've put people signs up and stuff like that. But my son bikes a couple of k's to the bus stop, the school bus, back and forwards, and the road's dangerous. If a car comes, even at slower speeds, the verge is sort of lumpy, it's hard to get off. And I mean, for a child, it's probably easier than an old person that's on bikes. And a lot of people have got their e-bikes now, so they're using the road. I know of a couple of people that have fallen off and hurt themselves trying to get out of the road with cars coming up the road. There's not enough road for 2 cars to cross, so people have to go out into the grass. A lot of people walk. We're walking down the middle of the road because it's a little country road and there's no, the grass is quite uneven on the side, like we don't have a pathway to walk down. Most people walk dogs regularly. I know one person 3 times a day up and down that road. And the road's really busy now compared to it used to be. I mean, not like here, but when we were first there, we hardly see any cars, and now there's just cars all the time because of the domestic tourists and stuff like that. They don't, it's an open road, so it's a 100k limit. They don't do 100k's down there, obviously, but even doing 60, they'll, around that sort of speed is quite fast in a little area like that. I just really like it to be considered. There is signs down there that someone has put down, but I would just like it to be official. That it's and at the beginning I went to the NZ, the New Zealand roading thing. They said council said to try that for this, and they said it was council's responsibility to change the. I have got stuff here that you can read through. A couple of people saying, and there was one from Tim, the mayor, saying that it was on the Cambrian Road was on the list too, so that's why I was just surprised it wasn't there.
Questions?
Yeah, I'd just like to, oh, sorry,
Okay, Tracy.
Yeah,
I'd
Tracy.
like to invite Julie to respond to that in relation to those.
I'm surprised it's not here either.
Attention. You see, when you're thinking about the amount of traffic, what kind of percentage increase do you think in the time that you've been there, Kim?
Well, the first winter I was there, I'd be lucky for one car to go past during the week, you know, because there wasn't many people living there either.
Yeah.
But now there's tour buses, like big tour buses and vans, still vans going past. So you get 3 vans a day because the school's there.
Yeah.
You would have been there. The
Yeah.
school's there. People were attracted to the area.
For historical reasons.
Yeah.
I imagine a lot.
Yeah, most are, and there's been a lot of building going up there, so there's a lot of, and they're probably the bands that are speeding a little bit more. I've spoken to them, and I'm always speaking to people, telling them to slow down. Just because we've got little dogs, I ride horses up and down there. There's probably, I don't know, probably 10 horses that people ride up and down that road as well, and it's not a straight road, it's sort of a curved road, and I have grandchildren that come stay with me every holidays, so they stay, and the place fills up in the school holidays. I mean, it can be up to 80 people in Cambion Road over Easter and Christmas and the holidays. And the kids just, like the old days, they just walk down the middle of the road to go to the next person's place, or they all meet down at the school to play, and, you know, they should probably, you know, just, yeah, just be better if it's a little bit safer and better signage maybe, and yeah, we want to keep it quaint and old, but slow people down.
Aside from those sort of people signs, are there any other signs there?
No. Oh, there is someone's put some speed signs down the bottom, but that wasn't council. I don't know who that was.
And are the people signs, are they just people, or do they say watch for children or anything like that?
Just people, but we don't really like the signs because they're so modern and gross. We want it to keep, have you been out there?
Yes.
Yeah, we just want to keep it quaint, and yeah, so there's one sign there, and there was other signs, I think, I can take them down for it. But yeah.
So I don't think we're going to be able to magic up different signs from the rest of the district.
No. Unfortunately,
unfortunately, we're not able to do that.
I've got my homemade signs I've put on people's fences saying, you know, slow down children and adults that play. So I've got a couple of those up the road, but they're on private property, they're not on council land. But just because it's quirky and looks old and funny,
but as for speed, yes, we can.
Yeah. I have, my son used to put cardboard boxes out in the middle of the road to slow people down, and they go around with cardboard boxes. Someone else's son did that.
Do you think 60 would be a good start? I mean, obviously people are saying 40, but.
Yeah, but I'd like 50 if we could.
I think it's no longer a thing.
Is it not?
Yeah, no, we've changed everything, don't worry about that. World's a funny place at the moment.
You couldn't do 40 then?
Eh?
You couldn't do 40? It's 40.
We've got that discussion, but we have to discuss these issues, so it's what's important for people to speak to it.
Yeah,
We've equally got towns like yourself, and we've got other historic towns that want to keep it the same as what it is, and we, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, this, if we preference a 60 to 40, you're saying
Yeah.
40.
40, because people still go a little bit faster than that. Like I drive up there under 50 and it seems a good speed to go, but yeah. 40, people always go a wee bit over, don't they?
Can I
It's
ask a
60.
question? So
Sure.
what part of the road, the whole road, or just the bit where the township is?
Probably from where it's been eco sealed for the first bits, but then it, yeah, because we did have, you know, counters and that for the speed, but they had them right down at the beginning of the road where people take off, and so I think the count, it was averaging about 60 or something like that, but they had them right down at the beginning of the road. It wasn't up the road where people get speed up, and so that was done, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know the finance on me.
All right, so there's plenty to think about. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Think back, give it a time up to come in because
Yeah.
everyone's busy.
Yeah, And I have got the support of everyone else, but I just haven't, I don't have time to go and if I need extra, I don't know. Yeah,
Thank you for taking.
thank you for that, guys. Right, I'm gonna head out, so enjoy the rest of it.
Perfect, yeah.
Martin. Submissive evidence.
Oh, no,
Right? Sorry. Tara. Oh, we got Karen, you keep going, you're right, come in, yeah, well.
I'm sort of halfway here.
Yeah.
No, definitely. Tara's next. Yeah, welcome,
Thank you.
see you.
Yes.
Yeah, we go, yeah.
I want to, my submissions in respect of a section of Bannockburn Road, the portion that goes from the top of the hill coming up from the Bannockburn Bridge up to the top of the other hill where it intersects with Hall Road. There's about a 450 metre stretch of road, and it's controlled at the moment by two permanent 50 kilometre per hour signs at each end of that stretch, and also two relatively new electronic signs that advise you if you're travelling at over 50 k's when you approach either of those signs, and then it tells you what speed actually is when you drop below 50. Now, on that stretch of road, there are 17 exits of one form or another, some of them serving multiple properties down right-of-ways. It's my observation, and also the observation of neighbours who live on or associated with the road, that the 50k limit's not observed, and there's no policing of it. And the traffic density along the stretch of road has increased significantly, with an increase in building activity in Bannockburn, and also there's an increase in heavy traffic due to that increase in building activity as well. So it's very common now for the very large trucks carrying diggers to be going up and down the road. And, you know, the road itself has become much more dangerous in the last few years, particularly as the attraction of the cafe and the pub has increased, and also more recently with the start of the cycle trail. And in fact, you'll drive down Bannockburn Road now, and you go down the hill to when you go over the Bannockburn Bridge, and you'll find cyclists coming up towards you on their right-hand side of the road. And, you know, and there's nowhere to go, there's no refuge. Also, they're very difficult sight lines for people exiting their properties because of the fact that vehicles are often parked on the side of the road where there's no provision for parking on either side, and it's quite dangerous now exiting your properties. If it was slower, you'd have a lot more chance of if you miss someone coming down. There's also an increase in foot traffic across the road. People park their cars on both sides of the road, but on the far side they cross it to get to the pub or the cafe. And especially during summer, this is a sort of a summer and winter issue, I guess, but in summer it's particularly acute because I've counted over 20 cars parked on both sides of the road in the vicinity of the cafe and the pub at the height of summer. And in winter you'd think it would die off, but in fact it's not showing much sign of dying off now because of the increased traffic up and down the road. So my proposal is that the speed limit be lowered to 40 rather than 50, and that you try and find some clever way of ensuring that that's adhered to. And this has the support of a number of people in Bannockburn Road as well, in that section of Bannockburn Road. So that's my submission.
Thank you very, very much for coming on. Tammy,
Just you'd like to set 40 from the bridge?
No, I think that's a bit too much, really. But where the electronic sign is that when you're coming up from the bridge, if the 40k could start about there, because you're naturally slowing down when you go up the hill. If you really slow down and keep that speed along the flat, it's along the flat that's the critical area, really. When you're going up the next hill up to Hall Road, you're probably going to pick up a bit of speed, but it's that flat bit that's the problem. Yeah.
So just so I'm clear, So if I'm looking at the map, we're coming up the hill, so it's beyond the, Domain Road. It's beyond Hall Road, Domain Road? or
No,
is
no,
that-
no, no, it's the,
That's up there,
it's,
that's where
it's
that
from,
comes.
from the pub to Domain Road.
That's what I can hear.
Yeah, so this bit here,
Yeah, that,
and then through here.
this is the
So
40.
Hall Road, this one here is the top of the hill.
Yes.
But it comes up here.
So you have 50 to 40,
I beg your pardon?
you go from 50 to 40.
No, it's 50 all the way at the moment.
Yes,
Yeah.
But I'm suggesting that
Yeah.
when you come up from the bridge,
Yeah.
that you're doing 80 k's or 100 k's along there, that you slow down then. But you can do that because it's a hill and you can slow down in the normal course of events. So you're not asking people to put their brakes on.
So just to be clear, it's the existing 50k on Bannockburn Road that you're suggesting gets changed to 40k for that.
Yes, for that section of Bannockburn Road, yes.
Thank you very
And
much.
I just
Tamara,
had one final question, sorry. How often do you see the speed along that main part of Bannockburn Road policed?
Pretty much every day. I mean, we live right on the road, and we are avid users of the cafe, so we see everything along Bannockburn Road. If there's more traffic, it tends to be slow, but it's the odd one going up and down that perhaps doesn't observe the limits as well as they might. So
Is it locals or visitors?
I can't tell. I don't know. Probably.
Often is the case, isn't it?
no, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and conversation. Darren. On the, oh, sorry, right up.
Karen, are you ready to go? You're on mute. Oh, yes, here we go, cool.
Well,
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Taryn Hall aho. Actually, before I start my submission, I'd just like to support what Kim said about the speed limit in Cambrian. Being from St Bathans, we do visit there often and they have similar issues to us, I think. It's probably a 5-minute walk through Cambrian, but it took my family one day about 45 minutes to get through, simply because of all the people popping out to speak with us. And I think that that's a demonstration of a great community, but one that needs to be protected through lower speed limits. But now leave that opportunity and talk about St Bathans, which is what I'm really here to speak about. So I'd like to tell you why, for reasons of safety and to protect the special character of the village, the speed limit in St Bathans needs to be lowered. So the first reason to lower the speed limit is safety. I've been in the village for 6 years and there's a lot more people in the village now. There has been a building boom over the last couple of years. We've got more houses. There are also more tourists. It feels like St Bathans has been on Stuff or the New Zealand Herald every second week. And so we're seeing more tourists come through even during COVID. There are always cars parked opposite the pub because there are people using the Great Dock walkway around the lake. There are always people walking there. One day in summer, went down to swim at the lake and the cars were 5 rows deep down at the lake, which I've never seen before. And of course that creates a bottleneck when all the cars come out and pop out opposite the pub. So there is just a much larger flow of traffic now. Another thing that's happening in the village, as you'll know, is that the community association has leased the post office. So there's another attraction there for people. The effect of all of this is that we've got people wandering the length of the village. They're reading the great gold signs that we've got up. They're enjoying that facility. There are people moving in a steady stream from the pub up to the post office to see what's going on there. And there's parking opposite the post office now, so people are moving across there as well. And then, as I said, there's a natural bottleneck in that all of the lake traffic pops up opposite the pub. And the pub really is the heart of the village. It's famous, everyone comes to see it, and it's also a gathering place for locals and tourists. So that means you've got people constantly crossing the road there, also to get to the lake and to walk around the lake. People stand on the road. They stand there to take photographs. Sometimes they stand in the road because they've bumped into people and just want to chat. And I've even seen people sitting in the road to socialise. So that's the situation that we're dealing with. And in those circumstances, it's completely inappropriate to have a 50km/h speed limit. It's just too fast. Many people don't drive to the conditions, they drive to the speed limit. They see 50, and so they drive at 50 through the town and don't think what's around. You know, there are plenty of children there. You know, with the visitors, there's heaps, and in terms of residents, there's at least 4 children who visit the village regularly. And one day over the summer, I saw a contractor and a tractor ripping through the village at 50 kilometres, which was fairly terrifying. You know, if a child had popped out of the pub and dashed across the road to see its parents, the tractor wouldn't have had a chance to stop. Thankfully, it was fine on that occasion, but you do see things like that fairly often. Look, the second reason to lower the speed limit is to preserve the special character of the village. How many places are there in New Zealand where you can still just wander up and down the length of the village? Yeah, I've spoken about Cambrians, it's like that there too, and it's important to keep that. You wander down the length of the village, you bump into people, you know, it's like Cheers. You know, you go to the pub where everyone knows your name, but you get that the length of the village, not just in the pub. People can still let their children wander free. You don't need to be overly concerned, and you can give them just that little bit of responsibility to cross the road. But that doesn't work if people are going across at 50 and not thinking about who's around them. I've not been critical of the people who do stand in the road. It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. And it's part of what makes the village special, that we can do that and create that environment. But a 50km speed limit is just not consistent with that. And so I think that the speed limit should be 30 or 40 throughout the village, and as low as 15 to 20 in the stretch from the post office through to the old billiards hall, Bellamy's. So that's just past the pub. And I think that there should be some traffic calming measures to enforce that, because of course people do just ignore signs. So throw in a couple of speed bumps on either end of the pub, just to keep people going slower in that high traffic area.
That's your 5 minutes. Thanks.
What was that, sorry?
That's your 5 minutes, so we can have questions if you wish. Any questions, Tana?
No, thank you. That's
Tracy?
I do actually have a question, but it's probably in relation to asking Julie about your suggestion of a 20km/h. I don't know if that is actually such a thing. No. So I think the minimum that we can go to is 40, correct, Julie?
You can have 30.
You can have 30.
You have to do work on the road to make that happen.
To make that happen. Okay.
Just a question, if you talk about in keeping St Bathurst, it's just up the corner from where I live. I wouldn't think speed bumps would be in keeping with a historic town, would they? Like, you know, the gold mining towns and their speed bumps in those days. I just wonder whether that's a viable option or just, and would it be, in your feeling, would it be better if we kept the Cambrian and St Bathurst levels about the same? Like, so, you know, if it's 40 or whatever.
Yeah, I think it would make sense to keep Cambrian and St Bathurst the same. They've got similar issues that are facing them, and you might get people going from one village to the other, so you know it's easy to keep that in your head. Yeah, of course, old gold mining villages wouldn't have had speed bumps, but they wouldn't have had roads as good as ours either. I mean, I think they would have been full of potholes in the day, and that would have worked. You might get some people who do complain about speed bumps and say that it's not in keeping. Maybe you try lowering the speed limit first, and if that doesn't work, put in some speed bumps, or you could try it all from the start. I'm not married to either idea, but I do think the speed limit needs to go down.
Well, thank you very much. We'll take that into account. We'll do our deliberations later on, and thank you for giving up the time to come and talk to us.
Thank you very much.
Right, next one I've got on the list is Barry Wills. Barry, welcome.
Hey, Barry.
All good. For you people don't know, that Barry used to be the chairman of the road and I was his deputy. And my seat's still hot down there, is it? I don't know. So you know Tracy and Tony, Barry?
Yeah, tell me, how are you? Tracy, Julie?
Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so in terms of the general speed reductions that, you know, you're talking about around the district now, I don't have any particular issues with those. I think they're reasonable. You'll get plenty of feedback on that. What I want to concentrate on is firstly, this consistency business. Now, you know, just looking on the web last night, you've got a series of questions there. How speed limits reviewed and set, and there, so quite explicitly states that there's got to be consistency across the country. Well, I look at the list that you've put out in terms of the actual speed limits here. You've got 13 of them dropping down to 30 k's, and you've got 8 of them reduced to 50. I would like to see a consistency around the 20 kilometre an hour spacings between the speeds. I think, you know, to me that just makes logical sense to keep it down to that. So 180, 60, 40. And hearing the last couple of submissions about St Bathurst and Bannockburn about 40 kilometres within residential areas, I think that would make a heck of a lot of sense. So within urban areas overall, probably, you know, if you've got an industrial area or down the main streets, could remain 50, but certainly once you get into those residential areas where you've got a lot of kids, I would like to see that, you know, perhaps a blanket 40 k's. I think that would make a lot of sense. And when you think about areas like Bannockburn and St Bathurst, where, you know, we are intensifying our urban areas, even within Alex. I mean, we're going to see a lot more intensification over the future, so that would make a lot of sense down the line. There's mention of school zones too. I don't know that you guys have got a lot of say over that at this stage of the game, but I'd certainly support the 20 kilometre an hour limit there. At the moment, it's 40 and 20 plus buses on. So yeah, really, it's to encourage the use of these 20 kilometre an hour steps, make them consistent throughout the country, and get that message through to NZTA as well. Just to touch on a couple of other areas as well. When I was on the Road Transport Committee, Stu, and you might have had it since, but there's some silly things in terms of, and this comes back to consistency again, some silly things in terms of signage. There really are. I mean, take a look at that one here. That's Mahino. You know, I mentioned that at one of the RTC meetings way back, and nothing's happened to it. You're going out of Mahino, you've got 100 kilometres an hour on the hill going up. That yellow sign in the distance is 75 kilometres an hour. It's stupid to me. I mean, the 100 k's should be past that 75 kilometre an hour corner, up there in the corner where, you know, speed limits quite achievable. And even here in town, I mean, you know, we're not out of the limit here either. This is the Mount House Street, Moa Street corner. Julie, you'll know it well. We've got a giveaway sign on one side and a stop sign on the other. And to me, that's silly, because you can sit there waiting at that stop sign, traffic clear, no one on the giveaway sign. Just as you get clear on your side at the stop sign, someone pulls up at the giveaway. Now, you know, you've got to give way to them because you're sitting on the stop sign. It should be, again, consistent. We should have a stop on both sides and a giveaway on both sides. So yeah, we need to look at that signage. And even travelling around the roads, you'll come some places, urban build-up areas, you'll suddenly drop to 50 k's. Some they'll give you a warning. Some you'll go down through, you know, maybe 70 k's down to 50 k's. It's just that consistency, so people know what to expect, you know, when they're coming into an urban area. So, if you can do that, if you have some influence over that, I say, you know, good luck. And yeah, I also see, and this is slightly outside this area, but the high productivity vehicles and their impact on our roads around here. And again, this is mainly state highways, it's not so much the local ones, but they are having a huge impact, and we're seeing a lot of deterioration in the roads. So that was a sort of an unexpected result of our decisions somewhat earlier. So that's my submission, short and sweet, but if you can have some influence on that, well, good.
Thank you, Barry. Any questions for Barry?
I guess just around that consistency, because I agree, it's very confusing to people when you've got within one small community, 70s and 50s and 60s and 40s. And so you would be in favour of changing it all at the same time as opposed to as each road comes up? Because that's the direction that Waka Kotahi have indicated they want councils to be going, is the 80, 60, 40 areas. You would prefer to see the 50s and the 70s changed
Yes,
at the same time to be more consistent with that?
yes, I would. I mean, it probably will happen progressively, Tanner, but, you know, down the line, yeah, I think that's the way to go. You know, so everyone, particularly, you know, this area here, we've got a lot of tourists and they come into the area and yeah, it can be quite confusing. Particularly camper vans, you know, large vehicles, that sort of thing. And the number of, high productivity vehicles that are on the road nowadays, you know, so you've got a lot of congestion on some of our roads here, and particularly and cyclists too, as has been pointed out, the trails around the area. So I think just, you know, long term it makes sense. It'll probably happen progressively, but I think that's the, you know, that's the way to go. And I certainly encourage that anyway.
Yeah, just, we had an earlier submission which, in relation to driver behaviour and trying to encourage driver behaviour and potentially for us to put up warning signs of impending change
Right.
in zones. So what's your thoughts about, I mean, obviously we touched on that briefly. Have you got any thoughts on how that would be viewed positively, negatively? What's your thoughts?
Well, I mean, Omakau, as you come into Omakau, you've got the warning signs either side of that. That's one of the few towns around here where you get that warning. Roxbury, you get an 80k and then you're down to 50. You know, I don't have a problem with either of those methods, but again, it should be consistent across not only the region, but also the whole country.
So do you think that would help if we had more warning signs? Would it help driver behaviour, or not that we can control it, but do you think?
I know. Yeah, it's a difficult one because we sat around the table here some time ago and there was a big push on for reduction in signage on roads, right? There's a hell of a lot of signage out there on roads and a lot of it you can't read, going at even 80 kilometres an hour. So yes, you've got to be a little bit careful about how you know, too much signage, too confusing. So I think I'd probably stump for a reduction from 100 to 80, you know, and down that way, 160 and then down to 40 within residential areas, rather than the warnings. Because people are still, with the warning, they're still travelling at speed, coming up to the final, speed limit. I think rather than warnings, you go for the reductions.
What's your view on how it works that that's a Marco's one, because it's quite different because you're rural, and then you're in town. And it's very obvious that you're in town from that point.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on those ones where you're not sort of building up like you get at that northern end of Roxburgh where there's more houses and more houses and then town?
Well, yeah, it's. I think I prefer still to see just a gradual speed reduction there rather than that warning sign, because coming in Waimaka, you go around that sharp corner. It's a bit of a blind corner. But if you come in from the Eye Valley, you get no warning. You just hit the bridge, the single one-way bridge, there's no warning, and then bang, you're on the 50. So yeah, I'd rather just see it step down on the tank. Pretty good. I think that's the logical way to go about it. Warnings are all very well, as I say, but people still travel through warnings at speed. And I mean, I look at even speeds here in town. People are often, particularly at Cincinnati, they're doing a hell of a lot more than 50. It's quite regular, and there's a number of people on that road trying to cross it. You try and walk across it. You know, we do a lot of walking around town. And it's damnably difficult to get across it. You've got to be eyes in the back of your head, literally, in places. We probably need more roundabouts down Main Street too. I won't cross that.
You're trying to make things hard for us.
Yeah, too right.
Well, thanks for giving the time, Barry, because it's always good to have that wealth of experience coming along and checking on us newbies.
No.
So, we've got plenty in the roading space. We've got plenty going on, and trust me with what we have. So we'll be trying to do the right thing. But there's general themes coming out. But it's great to have your experience come back and tell us what you think. Thank you.
Okay. Cheers, guys.
And then Ross. Welcome. Come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fire away.
Right, I'm going to be the spokesperson, so on behalf of Ross and myself, we would like to commence our presentation today with the following excerpt, which was given here almost 4 years ago to the day. And today we're here to discuss the very same thing. So 4 years ago, it was to comment on the Clyde 10-year plan, and the proposed speed limit and parking was part of that. So Ross was an inaugural member of the Clyde Development Group and has always been concerned about the speed limit, particularly through the commercial precinct of Clyde. Having worked hard for many years to get the speed reduced to 30k, it was pleasing to us both to see that that had been included in the plan, together with additional parking, particularly angle parking in Sunderland Street, which hopefully will reduce the parking impact in the shopping precinct. Due to the increased tourist activity in Clyde and it also being used as a shortcut route bypassing Alexandra to the Lakes District, we would strongly encourage that a 30k zone be implemented forthwith. I believe there is more than sufficient evidence that a reduction to 30k now meets any criteria that may be established at local and national level. So that was 4 years ago. So from memory, I think it was the same as with other times when this had been raised, and we were advised that it wasn't straightforward to proceed with that, and that you would have to consult with Waka Kotahi and others that would be affected. Well, I'm sure that, you know, you're all very aware that 4 years on, the congestion and the number of people and modes of transport, we thought the problem was large then, but it's now an enormous issue. This has been compounded by the ever-present upheaval of roadworks due to the installation of water and sewage, the opening of the new bike trail numbers, which, as you all know, were grossly underestimated to what has happened, and the increased domestic tourists visiting the town, and that's just to name it. Along with this is the continuation of the shortcut route through Clyde from Earnscleugh, passing through to town to reconnect with the state highway. We would really ask why this has taken so long and don't know whether anyone can answer that. We've spoken with personnel at Waka Kotahi and understand it is not them that is holding this back, and they would be highly in favour of a very reduced speed limit within Clyde. We've also spoken with engineers who design subdivisions where they recommend all new subdivisions have 30k or even less. We've looked at lots of different areas throughout the country, cities, small towns, the list goes on, and the biggest factor for them, of course, is safety, and that has also been mentioned this morning within other areas. They are able to reduce the speed limit, yet we continue with a 50k in the main street of Clyde. Even while the roadworks have been going on, very often there is a sign at the dam end of the town indicating that it is still 50. So going through the main street, yet at the other end in places it still shows 30. So again, we've talked a bit about consistency this morning. It's making sure that, you know, when people are coming from the Cromwell end, that they do know that it's a reduced speed limit going through there. We've also noticed, particularly with the many cyclists and the increased use of electric bikes, that many arrive the day before departing and practice with their electric bikes within all of the hire facilities that are available. Not perhaps a suitable thing to do within the main street, but traffic, you know, they're going straight into traffic at 50k. So just to conclude, the last time I sat here, I sort of said that we could probably change the signs tonight, and those that were sitting around the table were actually horrified by that. But, you know, we see that as something that needs to be done immediate and not wait. And I'm sure that people around here don't want to wait to see an accident happen or something that's much worse. So that's our submission.
Thank you very much. No, it's definitely you take back 4 years when you talk about that. Things have changed a lot. There's a lot of movement in traffic and with bike parks and everything. So the general theme of today's definitely been about slowing speed limits down and the growth of numbers of people walking and cycling, so.
Interestingly, it was 20 years ago when we first raised this with council through the development group. At the time, we'd done research and we looked at other towns and cities throughout the country and noted that they had started reducing down to 30, and Dunedin at the time was a good case, and we actually approached the planners from the Dunedin City Council to see what their rationale was, and they came back to us and said, well, Clyde was in fact a typical example of an area that needed to be reduced to 30 because of the protrusions on the roads, the traffic that parks here, particularly large four-wheel drives and the like. So we've been waiting a long time since those initial approaches to council.
I would not like to, some people have mentioned 40, 40 is too fast. People coming through, they'll still be doing 50. So you've only got to look at people travelling from using it as a bypass route. The faster they can get through, the better.
The locals are very good, and again, I think I discussed with council staff here, and they said we need to do a study and sit there and analyse the number of people going through and what speed they were going through at. In fact, I've gone down and looked, and most locals go through at 30, but sadly it's the bypasses that shoot through. They offer nothing for Clyde. They just use the shortcut to get to Wanaka or Queenstown as quickly as possible. And they're the ones who are going to be the major problem, particularly when you've got the high level of activity of cyclists and associated vehicles with them around the area.
I would just like to say thank you for your perseverance over the last 20 years. And I just wondered if you are happy with the indicated on the maps that were put out for the consultation, the area that's been indicated for a 30 zone. Did you feel like that was the appropriate place for it to be?
That's from the 4 square shot.
So it's this spot here.
Yes. So that's just coming out
In here.
All of the blue area.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Happy with that?
Yes. But we, like the previous speaker saying, about dropping them at different speeds, I think that it can't be any higher than 30.
Well, thank you very much for giving up your time, and we do listen.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Since Barry's vacated the job, it's been tricky, but a lot of these things come up a lot, and we've got some towns coming up that want to take them, leave them the same, so.
I might have to make my own sign, but that won't happen.
We hope we're listening anyway, we're trying to make the right decisions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Can
giving
I
up your time.
quickly just ask a wee question outside that Hazlitt Street? That was tar sealed a year or so ago, and it's the most noisiest tar seal I've ever known. It sounds like a Panzer brigade goes up and down during the day. I don't know what the mix was they put on, but it's extraordinarily noisy for an inner town road.
No, it would be
Very heavy gravel.
it's a heavy aggregate.
It's a very heavy gravel.
And it is very noisy. We've got double glazing in our house, and we're actually just slightly off Hazlitt Street, but the noise is still horrendous coming through at night time, especially when the larger vehicles are
Yeah,
going.
some of the full driving, they are very noisy and rubber when you hear them driving past.
Yeah, so it's
The
just
type of vehicles
depending
changed a lot in the
on
last 10 years too, everyone's got a bit full driving.
Yeah, it just didn't seem appropriate for a suburban street. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Simpson.
Public service announcement. Anyone who might be driving a Toyota Camry registration HUU 676, can you please move your car? Anyone?
What speed limit of parking at Chips?
One by all of the time, thanks.
Simpson, please.
Morning.
Morning.
Well, thank you. So I'm Sam Securo. I live on the Clyde end of Earnscleugh.
So really my submission and talk is about that end of the Ernst-Blue speed limit changes. I work at Dunstan Hospital as one of the doctors. And I have 3 tamariki that go to Clyde School. And I guess, you know, I'm really supportive of the changes that have been proposed. I think lowering the speed limits has multiple benefits in many different aspects. And it also, I think the big picture is, you know, we live in a beautiful community. I think Central Otago is unique and we love the community. And I guess looking at the big picture is that reducing the speeds is going to enhance the attractiveness and the community of the road. Because, you know, like the previous presentations talked about, there's a lot of through traffic that goes from Dunedin to Wanaka and Queenstown. And Ernst-Blue is mostly 100 and it's a straight way, so you get a lot of high speeds there. And, you know, that really needs to be, I think, at the Clyde, and it has to be slowed down further. Now it's at almost at the bridge. So it's basically 100 to the bridge, and you get lots of people coming really fast around the corner. And, you know, so high speeds create, you know, a lot of noise. You know, we have more native birds and native plants, so you get a lot of bird songs. So if we have cars going much slower, you can actually hear the nature that is around. You have time to look at the beautiful scenery that is around. You know, Lionel has his train track and all kinds of attractions there. So reducing that speed is going to have people enjoy that. And really for us, the big thing is safety. You know, there's more houses, more families living on the Clyde end of Ernst-Blue, and a lot of kids are walking and biking to school. The changes that have been done on the side of the road, so we don't have to walk on the road, is really good. But it's really, because the 50 now ends on top of the hill, it's really dangerous for kids to cross the road. And we want kids to walk or bike to school, which is really important. And why do we want kids to walk to bike to school? Is one, well, they're better students. There's a lot of good science showing that instead of being driven to school, if the kids walk or bike, they actually wake up, they're engaged, they're alert, they learn much better during that school day. You know, it makes them exercise. You know, sports is a big thing in Central. So just doing that daily routine is really good for their health. They eat better, and they learn better. And they create that community of physical activity, which is, I think, is important. And we've noticed with our kids walking bike to school every day. There's more and more kids coming along, even from further afield, which is really good. They can use the river track to do that, but that road remains the big risk. And we did do a petition a few years back about the locals, and the locals were very positively supporting limit reductions on that. Then also, I think it's important to, you know, resilience, you know, making your way to school is really important to the kids. And also, I think in the long term, it's important to say that we need to change how we move around, and walking and biking is important, and just not driving cars. And then, I guess that's the main things. I think the current proposal of 50 taking it past sort of the Picnic Creek is good, but I almost think that it should be first 70 and then down to 50, because especially with the out-of-towners, they see that 50, so they already start accelerating and they hit 100 before they hit that 50. And same thing, they don't slow down in time. So I think there should be, because there's a long, you know, straightaways, reducing it down to 70 first and then down to 50. That's going to slow them down, because that Picnic Creek and all the roads from the subdivisions are getting busier. And that is just a dangerous point for other locals as well. So I think that's sort of the gist of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Yeah, thank you. Now, we heard earlier from Mr. Davidson with regards to bringing that 50k zone out to Hawksburn Road, around that area. Do you think that would, extending that 50 kilometre zone there would be enough?
I think so, as long as you have 70 down, because, you know, 50 to 100 is, you know, it's, I know that the locals will drive slow, but it is the people, they just see it as a target and then they accelerate.
So we did have some discussions, and you obviously weren't here for that point, so
No.
that, which is fine. So, but there is, and with those transitions are not as easy to do anymore. So what we did discuss is about having the possibility of signage up to say, there's a 50 zone coming ahead, which gives you that, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but the NZTA is looking at the 20 kilometre reductions, speed limits throughout New Zealand. So as things change, Julie, I might ask you there, can we extend a 50, or is that permissible, or?
So the proposal at the moment is to extend the 50 up to Hawkesbury
Yeah.
Road. Where we've extended 50s further out in the past, that's not been very successful at all. We have a number of locations where it's just not smooth, and it kind of makes a mockery of someone's speed limit in the first place. You need to follow up on what the process is in transition, because it has changed under the recent, there's been recent legislation changes around how we set speed limits. So it's not the same as when we used to have those transitional zones, so we need to just check out that.
And you know, now they have put a sign actually on our roadway signs of 50 up. But I don't think, you know, the local town, out of towners, I don't think they just hit it to the 50 and then they slow down. I think extending that 50 the further you can is good, and that even if there's a warning for them to slow down. And I know the local police, you know, they tend to sort of sit there, which is always good. I appreciate that, to catch those who are not listening to that. So, yeah. But in general, I'm supportive of the speed reductions. It definitely will make a big difference for our children going to school.
And I think the possibility of that 30 zone in Clyde also will help to bring all of that speed, and it may not be quite so attractive for the people who use the back way through. They might be better just sticking on the main highway.
That's right. Yeah. Clyde's great.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Should have been up a bit early, sorry, my fault.
Hi.
No,
how are you? I'm also talking in relation to Clyde, but the other side. So I'm on Springvale Road, and I'm talking in relation to the piece from Highway 8 through to, it says 100 metres east of MacArthur Ridge, which I know they've looked at it, and it's at 100 right now, and they're looking at dropping it to 80. But we are asking, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents from Youngs Lane to Clyde, to request that it be dropped further to 60, 70 k's and with a no passing zone. The speed limits generally follow the residential and the rural planning resources. And obviously with the new spatial plan and everything, there is going to be a lot more housing in that area, and it needs to be taken into account the speed. When they originally set the speed for that, it was in 2007, and that was primarily orchards, farmlands, and just bypass. Basically, nobody really went down Springvale Road, but it's changed quite a bit. So over the last 13 years, there's more residents living in the area. They use the stretcher highways to drive regularly from Clyde to Cromwell, and also to the Lakes districts. There's a lot more families with children living on that stretch of road. There's school bus stops, walkers, cyclists, of course, they are everywhere. And the change from 100 to 80 is good, but it's not going to be helpful in that area. Basically what happens, people at Youngs Lane from the Alex end, and they put foot down. And we're right there, so we hear it and see it, and they just fly, because basically they've got between Youngs Lane and the cemetery, if you're familiar with the area, to pass someone. And they do. And they, it's ridiculous how fast. We've talked to the police before. I know they did. Our new neighbours across the road were horrified how quickly people hit that stretch of road. We personally have lost 3 dogs and 2 cats, but we don't want to lose any children. There's more children moving all the time to that area. That's why we're requesting the further reduction from the 80 down, and also the no passing, particularly the no passing, because that would counteract a lot of the accidents that seem to be there, because they're going so fast they can't see the people coming or kids crossing the road. So that's really it. That road is used by heavy traffic all the time now. It's the residents, they've spoken about Clyde. I mean, Clyde's just a a very interesting area to live right now in terms of speed and people coming and going. And this is the other side from what Samson was saying. I think our area is a lot more important because they really are flying down there, and 80 is not going to cut it. And that's really bad.
Okay, questions, and I've got one. If it was a no pass zone and it stayed at 80, would that be?
It would be something, there would be a good compromise, put it that way, but I didn't want to say that.
Well, I mean, I know the piece, because
Yeah.
there are a lot of people that are probably lost, a lot of people going into bike companies, you've got a lot of people finding out where they go on the state highway. It's probably a very, even fabric myself, it's a part where there's a lot happens in there. But I just wonder, you're coming off the state highway at 85, we come down 100k down the road and you're coming into it, so.
It's the motorcyclists, a lot of motorcyclists, they floor it.
Yeah.
And it is amazing the speeds they're going down there. And I guess that's why we wanted it lower, because they have, if you have it lower, they can lose their license. I think at a different speed, 80, I don't think they lose their license, but if it was lower, they do. 40. Oh, well, I guess that's not going to happen. But yeah, it's just a matter of time before a human being is going to be hurt on that road. And there's a lot of accidents coming, which I'm not from that area because I can't really speak, but around the corner from the Dunstan Road coming down the hill from Macarthur, there's a lot of accidents and have been a lot of accidents over the years. So 100 round there doesn't work either, and 80 I think is probably still too fast for those corners.
Questions?
Yeah, they have done quite a bit of work on that area with the blue lights on the road.
Yeah,
if I remember
they
rightly.
did.
So that does take in, there has been some work done in relation to driver behaviour around those bits. And I guess just thinking about other submitters in relation to, because that's quite a contentious portion for the submissions that we've received. So if I'm playing devil's advocate here, the people that say that that road has got good visibility, there's a wide bit of grass on either side of the road for people to walk down. What would your response be?
I would say I live directly right from Young's Lane, and for me to drive into my driveway, there's not enough room for me to pull over to the left. If I pull over to the right to turn in, and there's a car coming this way, there's a car behind me, I basically brace myself every time. We used to have a fruit market there. We decided to close it because it was too dangerous, because people are just, we've got to turn in, so, which is, most don't. But I spoke to my neighbour yesterday and she said her daughter comes out of their driveway, she looks to the right, it's clear, looks to the left, half the time she's pulled out, there's someone flying, she's ended up in the ditch twice because there's nowhere to go. I mean, yes, I understand you say there's a walkway. That walkway on both sides isn't viable. I have a 11-year-old. She can only cross directly in front of her house because there's no visibility, because there's no room for anywhere to go. There's enough room to ride a bike. There's enough room to walk down there. There's not enough room to get out of the row of a car. And, you know, it does, yes, I do agree, the visibility, it does look quite visible, but it's not physically possible when you're actually driving to get out of the way, especially the passing and another one's coming through.
It's just that bit where you are, isn't it, is particularly narrow, and then it widens up a lot.
Exactly, but that's where that's where they're
loose
keeping the speed at. Yeah, they are. You can literally, Ian Gray lives on the corner. You can literally hear them winding up. They know that as soon as you hit Young's Lane, you can put your foot down.
Motorbikes or?
Well, no, it's the passing. So people are stuck behind someone the whole way along Springvale Road, and they get to Young Lane and they can see ahead in a way.
And they just, and it's workers as well. They do the same thing. It's workers' trucks that have hit our animals because they're passing. They're just wiping out. You know, they don't see. They just see that straight stretch of road, and they can get to work on time. And, yeah.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you.
No worries. Right, who we got next? Steve Rogers. That's the list. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you.
Well, you guys just we've come in, missed the first proceedings of it. The process is basically 5 minutes. Tell us what you think. Tell us your issues. We'll have questions. I'm Stu Duncan. I'm the chair of the group. Deputy Chair Tracy Patterson and Tamer Alley. So you fire away and we can answer any questions we can. We can help.
Thank you. So I'm on Richards Beach Road. And yes, I know that's the road that you're thinking of. That is where the poo ponds are, access to the poo ponds and to the camper van and caravan effluent drop points. Actually, there's a lot more users than that. And there are a huge number of groups. It's just that the camper vans and caravans have the advantage of the sealed road. And the designation ends at the designation introduced the speed limit ends at the end of the sealed road. Once you pass the entrance to the poo ponds, the road reverts to gravel. But who cares, because those that use it are few and far between. Well, that's actually not correct. I'll set out the number of users and the number of uses that are put on it. There are those that are accessing the parking area beside Richards Beach to ride and bike trail, to the bike trail to Carrots Cafe, the floating cafe, and also Clyde. Those who access to walk their dogs and joggers. Those that walk dogs tend to do a loop around the poo ponds and along the gravel road. Sorry, Stu, have you not found the map?
No.
Okay.
Is there a closer up one on that one?
Yeah. Sorry, so it's the road right opposite the refuge station.
Yeah. All right,
Okay. So once you get past the sealed portion, you've got access to people walking and accessing the track. There's also the Makiki Trust and Rotary plantings in the area, and people are regularly attending there to not only maintain but also to plant those significant native areas. This is encouraging young families and more people to Richards Beach Road. An ambitious goal, but I suggest that one that is supported by local charities, and I understand even councillors made money to them, given money to Makiki Trust for this development. Then there are those with properties fronting Bannockburn Road and backing onto Richards Beach Road, which include the Polytech and electrical substation. But before you get to my boundary, which is at the very far end, there is a further 3 gates on such properties. From my boundary, there are 3 further gates, which existed when the council approved the Woodfield Park Lake subdivision in 2003. The condition of that consent was that there was no vehicular access formed to Richards Beach Road, although I see that a 4th property appears to be about to install a gate to allow vehicular access. And at the end of Richards Beach, my south road, the Coots property, which accesses both Richards Beach and Bannockburn roads, and they use both regularly. There are also 3 entrances to the land occupied by the sewage ponds, 2 entrances accessing the sewage ponds and associated facilities, and 1 to the SpaceX substation, the latter 2 accessible via the gravel road only. On Richards Beach, there are 3 sections which are currently bare land but are to be built on in the near future. These properties will no doubt have at least 2 adults per property. There is another property on the east side which is about to apply for consent to subdivision and the erection of a dwelling, potentially if consent is granted, 2 more adults. And last but most affected, the residents that actually live on that street. There are 21 adults living on the east side of Richards Beach Road, where we all must access Cromwell off Richards Beach Road. We have no choice. It is a no exit road. The present proposal returns the road to the existing 100 km/h speed limit immediately the seal ends. As you now know, this road is well used, and it is not sensible from a road safety perspective for that to be the case. You may think that once drivers you may think that once drivers leave the sealed portion of the road, where the limited speed limit is, and onto the gravel portion, they won't increase their speed. Unfortunately, that is not likely to happen, as the gravel portion of the road is badly rutted, and for vehicle suspension to work effectively, it's desirable to increase your speed. This is perfectly legal at present and continues to be in the future under Council's present intentions. Please excuse me if I'm telling you what you know, but to make it clear, Richards Beach from the intersection with Bannockburn Road to immediately to the first entrance to the sewer ponds is sealed. It is then gravelled to the turn-off of the south end of the sewage ponds, a distance of approximately 430 metres. Here there is an intersection which to the east takes you to Richards Beach, SpaceX, Makihi Trust, Rotary, Anzac Cove Rejuvenation Area. Proceeding south, where the residents of Richards Beach live, the road is again sealed until the entrance to the Morton property, where it returns to gravel until the entrance to my boundary. My wife and I have maintained the portion of our boundary at no cost to the council since 1997. Yes, the gravel portion to the west of the sewage ponds is graded at regular intervals, but within 2 days of grading, the road is again badly rutted and dust is actually incredible. I've stopped washing my car, it's no point.
It's 5 minutes, but I can understand that for a start.
Yeah.
No, there.
So basically what I'm saying is that the gravel portion between the two areas needs to be sealed, as well as the whole, all of Richards Beach Road to be designated to the lower speed limit. To do otherwise is just simply impractical, unsafe, and quite frankly silly. And further, of course, with the extension of the Cromwell Clyde track, which is has some 80-odd thousand people, apparently most of them gone past my place. Then there is the extension to Queenstown, which will just only increase the amount of traffic that's being used. So in conclusion, I strongly encourage you to not only impose the new speed limit, but increase it to all of the Richards Beach Road.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Questions? Tracy?
So there's gravel to the west of the poo ponds, and then it becomes
So it goes
seal again.
Yep.
And then it's gravel again, and then seal,
No.
or just gravel from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Perfect.
but the significant part, the only part that really is relevant that the council needs to worry about and needs to do something about is that 430 metres by the sewage ponds.
Yeah.
I've just had a nod from Julie.
Look, it makes absolute sense just to leave it 50 all the way along. We're hardly going to go and put another 100k sign up on the end of the road. So I think it's a bit of a no-brainer, to be honest.
Is it sealed or is it
It's sealed and it's a bit gravel.
That's right. It is sealed rather than environment.
Yeah, and so it's where all the camper vans go in use as well.
And that's all sealed, and it
It's
had.
been an oversight, I think. Nobody anticipated that anyone was going to go back and put a 100k sign up.
Well, I'm sure that's the case, but the problem is that from my experience of 25 years, Richards Beach to the road is an oversight, full stop.
It wasn't even maintained.
No, when I first bought there, it was simply a legal road, if you like. It was just a dirt track. And in fact, it wasn't even named.
Thank you. We'll come up some solutions.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you.
No worries. No, thanks. Ken.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I live in Pisa Moorings, or Wakefield Bay particularly, which is a part of Pisa Moorings. And albeit my submission does discuss road speed limits across the wider district, I would really like to spend my time today just concentrating on the community that I live in, which is the wider Pisa Moorings area. Jennifer did, I hope, provide you with some images that I was going to use today to support my submission.
Yes.
Okay.
It's in there. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll see what's going on there.
Okay, underpinning my submission to the process relates really to the very significant level of population growth that's been occurring throughout the Central Otago district, and measured against the massively out-of-date current speed bylaw document, which is it's 16 years old. And our district, when that was prepared, our district was a vastly different district than it is today. And I think those are the situations that now have arisen, albeit recent growth of that magnitude brings with it a diverse range of people and opportunities in setting up new businesses. It also brings with it a lot of new challenges that communities must face and resolve. And one of those key challenges really is the way we all approach commuting now, which is changing by the day. And it does represent a very significant household cost component and absolutely affects the way virtually all residents and visitors go about and carry out their daily lives. The commute historically does involve rules and regulations, namely speed restrictions and road rules, which are all really designed about the safe passage of all road users and other surrounding communities. So one of note to me, within the proposed speed limit bylaw, under the heading of school speed zones, it is explained that changes to the current speed limits outside schools during times of before and after school, albeit supported by council, no changes are proposed in light of changes that are occurring in Parliament as we speak. Regarding that aspect of the speed limits around schools, I see nothing about rural community school bus pickup points, one of which we have in our community, which I am particularly concerned about. To that matter, there's really a big concern to the safety of the wider Pisa Moorings community children that attend Cromwell schools having to walk and cycle throughout the area along mostly very narrow roads where no footpaths or edges are provided to make the assembly point to catch and return home via the school bus service. So I think if we could go through these images, Mr. Chairman.
Appendix 2, you've got that school bus site there.
Yeah, sorry.
Appendix 2, you've got the school bus site.
Yeah, on Appendix 1, starting with that first, Mr. Chairman, that's looking from the west side of the State Highway 6 into Pisa Moorings Road. And the red line that's drawn across is the crossing point for the school children to cross from the Pisa Moorings Community District to cross Pisa Moorings Road and continue down to the bus stop pickup point, which is really just behind those large blue gum trees that are there. So albeit the vehicles are coming off 100k zone road, they do generally have to stop before they turn into Pisa Moorings Road. But having said that, sometimes they do accelerate quite fast from their stop point because of pending traffic coming in the opposite direction to make sure they safely cross. That acceleration, there's very little space between the edge of State Highway 6 and that speed hump with the red line where the children cross. So that's a matter of concern. Appendix 2 is looking at the same view, more or less, but looking from the east. And you can see a car that is turning off State Highway 6. So the school children come down that walkway, cycleway across the small watercourse. So they're out of sight and out of view at that particular point. And cars have that, approaching that crossing point, have that speed hump in front of them. Well, the height of that speed hump, albeit won't totally obscure children, it is about 1 metre high. So if you're not being very careful, or most not being very careful in looking, they could miss someone, a small child on a pushchair or something like that, crossing the road. So that is all within the 50k zone currently. Okay. To really demonstrate the difference between, because Pisa Moorings, it's loosely called Pisa Moorings, but it's really made up of 4 different communities. And the first one is what's called, no, it's Perriam Cove. And this is an area that was developed around about 10 years ago. And you can see that the width of the roads and the design of the footpaths and everything else it provides for very safe community. And it's probably totally appropriate for 50k zone. In comparison, on Appendix 4, we move to what we call Wakefield Bay community, which is largely positioned at the bottom end of what is Pisa Moorings. This is a community subdivision that was developed 26 years ago. And albeit that one there does have curbing and channeling, it doesn't have any opportunity, well, it doesn't have any footpaths, albeit people that to walk or cycle can actually have some rescue off the side of the road at that particular point. So there's a vast difference between that and what we call Ferry and Cove. Appendix 5 this is Ferry Lane, is the main thoroughfare through the entire Pisa Moorings community subdivision. And you can see there, the edge of the road is actually shaped down so that in heavy rainfall, that is a ditch along each side of the road. So, I mean, children and even adults, we have lots of retired people that are in mobility scooters. There are parents with babies and prams, and there are lots and lots of children that are on bikes, trikes, scooters, all sorts of things that travel down Ferry Lane to that bus pickup point. Then the last appendix 6 is the very top end of which is called North Pisa now, which is the upper limit of Ferry Lane. This is one of the most recent subdivisions, but once again, you can see there's very little opportunity for escape off the road for people that are using the road as a thoroughfare. The only exception is a new area that's just been developed to the western edge between the state highway and the old Pisa Moorings area, where the roads and the footpaths are very high standard. They are truly 2-lane with footpaths on either side of the road, and it's really safe and violent for children to progress over. So that is how my community is made up, Mr. Chairman. And really do have some serious concern when I saw the proposal come out that Pisa Moorings has no proposed change whatsoever in the 50k limit, just to continue with that. About 4 years ago, there was a community group formed, and they sent a questionnaire around all of the residents in the area, just a mailbox drop, and asked questions. Okay, thank you, and asked questions. One of them was about speed limits, and by and large, most people said that 50k was not appropriate for Oak was. Now, I don't know what the outcome or where that questionnaire finished up or who actually received it, but that was just a general view of the public some 4 or 5 years ago. So, Mr. Chairman, really, in conclusion, I would ask that there's serious consideration to looking at the overall Pisa Moorings district, albeit the bottom end of it is really a 50k zone. For consistency, it would be far better, in my view, that the whole area was changed and considered as a 40k zone. And particularly considering that the number of new families that have shifted into our area, all with young children, is really great for the community, and everyone's enjoying cycling and everything again because it's so wonderful. But I think we have a very dangerous situation existing with the number of children and the old roading network that unfortunately exists. Having said that, there is some good stuff around it, but it's a bit complicated. So thank you for the opportunity to questions.
I guess, oh, sorry, you go.
Looking at, because they are quite different communities within a community.
Yes.
And that Wakefield Bay seems to be more larger properties. People are fitting all their cars and boats and things on their own property. But then once you get into that Ferry Lane, there's spare cars, there's boats, there's camper vans, and you can see from the pictures that you've provided that makes it difficult where there's no footpaths. So looking at obviously that newer development between the highway, which is more the sort of Missy Crescent and that sort of area.
Yes, it runs. Missy Crescent runs between it and Ferry Lane.
And there does seem to be a lot more public access way through there. Is Ferry Lane the main problem in terms of that space, or are there other roads as well that are?
Well, it's really the old part, what we call the original Pisa Moorings, which is really in the middle of it.
Yeah.
We've got Wakefield Bay, which is where I live, which is there's Perry and Cove, and then immediately over the Perry and Cove inlet is Wakefield Bay, which is only 50 sections.
Yeah.
And it has the curving and channelling, and then it moves into what was the original Pisa Moorings subdivision, which was hundreds of sections, albeit they were all of minimum size of 1,000 square metres. But it wasn't a small subdivision, and then it moves forth to Pisa North, but then out to the west is this other bit that slopes up to the cherry orchard. Now, that road there, really high standard with the footpaths. And from my observations around the subdivision, since this came up, I've been driving around to have a good look. And a lot of the children are trying to divert to go down that new road. But they still run into this issue where they cross the high road. And that to me is a very dangerous situation. There's nowhere for them to go. There's nowhere for cars to go if they suddenly realise they're in a stress situation to get out of the way. And I really hate to think something happening here. So, yeah, it's communities within communities for us. Some have all the good facilities in terms of roading, and others just historically don't. Okay, we all live with it. We're all very inclusive. But this is an issue that really, I think, needs to be dealt with because there are more and more families with more and more children moving in. And even elderly people are having trouble traversing the highway system too until they get to the new cycleway and stuff like that. So I believe, my view, and people I've talked to said 50k is not appropriate. 40 minutes.
No, I guess that because as you rightly pointed out, that wasn't something that we consulted on. We do really appreciate that you have brought that to the table, and I guess that may be something that we may have to look at consulting on to the relevant communities at a time. No, Julie, do you have any comments on that?
So the reason there's different standards is because different developers have tried different things, and council and the first lot was promoting, encouraging development, and so they called it rural residential. I call it development getting away with cheaper construction.
It's not that look about it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
exactly.
And following that, the residents, when it's populated, the residents will complain there's no footpaths. So since then, council started being adamant that footpaths have to be constructed in urban developments, rural residential or not. So that's why this differs. That footpath funding that we put up that got declined by Waka Kotahi would have been used to help construct those new footpaths in those missing areas in hospital.
Is there a case for 40k for all of those communities?
I think that you are going to have to consider consistency around the district, and I'm not sure that Pisa Morris is different to Cromwell or Clyde or Alexandra or Ranford streets. They're not that dissimilar. And you know, we know where we have suggested it in Nayspeed that that's not been universally popular. So yeah, I think unless you've got something quite different, like Cambrians, with very, very narrow street roads, difficult to get public.
And when you look at those photos, you look at development 20 years ago, it was a whole lot different than what Central Otago is now.
Yes, whole of Central Otago.
Yeah, completely. The
Yeah,
time
not
I've
just-
been involved in this outfit organisation, it's completely changed. And a lot of times now we might be playing catch up, or if all those footpaths were developed like we talked about early days, it would be fantastic. But we
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, and I know that there have been suggestions that a footpath on one side of Ferry Lane be constructed. But the council of the day said that it's fine, but the community's going to have to pay for it. And of course, a lot of people lost the appetite for it then.
From the community board, that footpaths were districtised, but now that they're districtised and we put up funding which paths, then that was the intention.
Thank you very much. It's great to see you and great to have input. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No worries. Close near me, Richard. Back in the tree. Not like Naismith. Welcome, Richard. For you people that don't know, Richard used to be chairman of our community board in the Minnetonka, so he's well skilled to make a submission and speak with submission. If you haven't, Richard, this is Tame Rowling and Tracy Patterson and voting and submission to you. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and councillors, thanks for your time. I apologise now for my presentation, it's a wee bit patchy, but the guts of it's all there. So just basically going back to what I submitted and adding a few bits in. Reduction of speed in Naseby is unjustified. As with most speed issues, it is an enforcement issue in Naseby, and we've read that in the what I've read today. It's people are going beyond the speed limit that is actually posted. It has an exceptionally wide carriageway, leaving plenty of room. And if the public use the footpaths instead of walking up and down the road, there will be no issue. So we have and locals wandering down the middle of the road when there is a footpath. So I don't know how you ever stop that happening. Proposed speed reduction will also hamper emergency response in and around it and in and out of the town. We have fire brigade and ambulances that roll in quite regularly for we mountain bikers sort of hit trees and done whatever. So that will all, you know, slow that down. Reducing of the speed limit of the Ranfurly Naseby Road to Wet Gully Road is not mentioned. It was on the map, but it wasn't actually mentioned in the. There was no notation to it and what went out to the public. I just happened to see it on the map. So it extends out to Wet Gully Road. And I see the recommendations that have gone to you guys saying that there's only one submission against it. And that's probably just because it was me that actually picked up on it. So the technical advice was not changed as a result of the feedback. Well, you haven't actually got the feedback you may have got. That is a reasonably recent drop from 100 to 70, and it works well. I think there's a need to drop it to reduce it all the way out to Wet Gully Road. Danzy's Pass Road, end of Home Gully Road, the end of the seal. Question is, have we not made this bit of road safer by actually sealing it? It used to be gravel road, and now you're actually looking at reducing the speed. It's the only accident that's been on that road.
So we're talking about the hill.
Yeah, for top of Welcome Hill to the basically Bridge Road, which is sealed back there. Oh, be about 16, 18 years ago. Yeah, there's only been one accident on that to my knowledge, and to put you in the loop on the local towage, so I know where all the spots are. So and that was due to influence and speed, not the road. This is Pass Hotel. Due to the use of the carriageway by the hotel, that 30k is definitely justified through there. And that's, I mean, it's been signposted for a while. It's one of those ones that hasn't been gazetted, I presume. But my other point to that is the original owner that did that was supposed to actually put the bypass through and get that done properly, which there is a bypass there now. It's probably not quite to the standard that the roading department would like, but it is available. So yeah, that makes sense because there's people basically out on the road. Gough Road. We'll make that a hell of a lot safer if we put a compulsory stop at the west end of that.
The Ranfurly now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm shooting out of it. Backwards and forwards, but we'll get there. That of all the accidents that have been there, I mean, does
there was a small fortune spent on that corner, and I presume it's transit that's done it, not you guys, but there's a small fortune spent on that corner, put lights in for at night, and all this is run power up and down, etc. And there hasn't been an accident there yet during the night time. It's all been daytime accidents. So it's actually in the corner and keeping the grass cut back at the corner and getting the farmer to perhaps just drop his the height of his paddock at that corner will improve the visibility. Again, just an absolute waste of money when it's not time accidents. You can see lights at night, but you can't see cars during the day. So,
It's your 5 minutes, Richard.
few more bits and pieces. So you've mentioned Springvale Road. Talked to Albert Vincent. He says that's quite a hot spot, a lot of accidents. So yeah, go for it. That's that makes sense. Although I think it's perfectly capable drive on at 100k, also people are able to. And that's the question. We're moving in times when we've got cars that are safer and better than ever before, with more safety features, less input required by the drivers, and just be very careful where you're heading. You know, like you're slowing stuff down, and we just haven't even seen what technology is coming. Don't react before the reaction's actually needed. Couple other ones. Swimmingdam Road is probably the one in Naseby that does need addressing. There's no footpaths. You have to kick off onto Durg Street to get to your closest footpath. So a wee bit of footpath up Swimmingdam Road, perhaps to the Larch Ave will make a hell of a difference there. It's quite a narrow, tight corner going around the corner, going around.
So you're proposing that maybe one road you're going to look at, and also maybe footpaths rather than speed?
Well, I would say you're probably going to look at speed on that one. There's a lot of families coming out of that camp. They're very busy. Very busy.
You've got to recommend speed
you're talking 40, I think that's possibly where you look at. So that would be from Karen Street up to the present 30, maybe at the top.
Bring Julian there.
So it's had consistent requests from the Naseby community over the years. In the 30k, that's actually legal.
No, that's at the top. Yeah.
Place in the district where we relented and we just put up a sign. It's quite hard to get footpath in places there because it's
not easy.
So,
yeah.
So your proposal for the rest of it is to say,
Rest of Naseby start at 50 here, and that's probably the one street that is the highest. It's the narrowest and the most traffic flow at times.
and is it a general feeling Naseby that 40 may be acceptable to start, or wait and see, or?
you either have the whole thing 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you go to 30 for this one again, road with it.
They're just too slow. I mean, not.
Just for Swimmingdam Road.
Swimmingdam.
So from Karen Street up.
Where do you think we should start?
Well, I'm saying that you put it to 40, run it 40 all the way up, get rid of your 30 at the top, run it 40 all the way up to the top. This the one time in our history when we're facing inflation at its highest rate, and you know, you're looking at slowing down progress and slowing down production for people getting work done. Obviously, that's not a main thoroughfare, but through all your towns, you don't want to be the people that are responsible for, you know, and fueling inflation again. So,
Start some of the questions. You have questions for Richard? No.
No.
Tracy?
No, thank you.
thanks for your time.
Just I've got one. You talked about Gough Road. You feeling in the community that 80k is acceptable along Gough Road. Now you've got a fuel station in there.
I don't think so. I think it just actually needs a wee bit of edge brake work done on the edge of the road, and just yeah, I mean, like where the fuel site is, there is plenty of room between each intersection. There's, you know, it's not at one end where people get caught out pulling out. It's, there's plenty of vision both ways. I use that road a lot. It's one of our test roads and never had any dramas.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that road too. And I'm just, my one question on it is that there's a new subdivision about to go in on the left, if you're going towards Omakau. The subdivision on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just,
One.
only one house.
Yeah, and
right, okay, cool.
the zoning, yeah, probably,
It's only one
you'll
section.
get,
I didn't realise I thought.
you'd probably get one more on that road.
Yeah.
You might get 3 or 4 on that road, yeah, I mean, future proofing today is probably not the answer. You have to react to what you're dealing with today.
Thank you, Richard. It's good to have someone batting from our corner down there. We can seem to be a lone voice up here at times.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I mean, my biggest gripe is come and ask us guys that drag people off the road. We know where people crash. We know where the bad bits are. Ask us first before you ask anyone else. When the guy gets out of bed, I'd much rather stay in bed at night. Get out and go and sort something out. So, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Amanda,
It's me. It's me.
welcome.
Bit scared to do this, but now I've heard of how I should be doing it. I want to go home and rewrite it all.
No, you're
What
right.
I've got to be careful to do is not reading my shopping list. Right. Thanks for allowing me the time to speak today. I'm doing so for myself and the St Bathans Area Community Association. I'm probably going to read this because I want to stick on track. I do get sidetracked. I've lived in St Bathans for the last 2 summers and the last winter, and over that time I've noticed how much the traffic has increased. And I believe it's through international border control, and it's encouraged local domestic travellers. It's a huge area. With the traffic coming in, they're arriving in caravans, camper vans and big 4-wheel drives. Sometimes they're in convoys. They're all, most of them, sticking to the speed limit, which is 50 k's. It is far too fast. It's too dangerous. With all this traffic, I've got grave fears for the safety of the pedestrians. They're all taking photos and doing everything, looking at the whole historic buildings. Kids, in my personal submission that I submitted before I was asked to speak to the association, I'd actually suggested or requested a slower speed of 30 k's. But I've now opened a little retail business on Loop Road, which is St Bathans Main Street, between the Vulcan, I was going to say pub, the Vulcan and the post office. And I'm witnessing near misses all the time. I now feel it would be prudent to reduce the speed even to 50, because even that would stop people from hitting kids, near misses of children, children being grabbed by their hands by their parents. I don't know, I heard the roving lady over there saying that 15k was probably unacceptable, but I think it should be considered, or at least 30. I hate to say this, but if we don't do it fairly quickly with the input and the consistent traffic through, something terrible might happen. Like, just saying. I reckon, personally, the limit should be 15k from the entrance southerly of from Downs Road and Loop Road should be 15k to at least about Cross Street, because I'll go through that later, so that the walkers, the pedestrians are safe and not going to be hit by anything. I have actually got videos of how the traffic seems to move. Most people drive to the conditions, but there's some that just drive at 50k, which is crazy. I think, what else can I say? Oh yeah, the reason that I think that it should be 15k from
there to Cross Street is, I don't know, you've all been to St Bathans, I suspect. You know how the historic buildings are right there on the street. The only place that's got a kind of a footpath is actually the Vulcan. Well, that's only a little area of where people are walking. That's probably the safest, but that's the piece with the least visibility. I've seen cars coming down from the southern end and veering into the oncoming traffic just to see what's around the corner. At fast, 20 or 30 k's, it's too fast to be on the wrong side of the road for a start. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think St Bathans should really get a look in with the speed limits. I'm just going to say, still nervous, just going to say that I've got 7 reasons that I think the speed should be reconsidered and lowered. It's the visibility of the drivers coming past the Vulcan Hotel. If we're still driving at 50 and going onto the wrong side of the road, it's dangerous. The Vulcan Hotel itself, it's only got seating on, it's got seating on both sides of the road, against the pub wall and across the garden bar. So there's going to be, well, there is always staff and patrons toing and fromming in between the 50k drivers. Number 3, there's also public toilets behind the garden bar, which is opposite the commercial area of St Bathans. And number 4, the post office and the gold office haven't been open for years, maybe 14, don't know, a long time. They're now open. There's been, oh, was that me?
No, you're up. It's 5 minutes up, but
yeah,
keep going, get to your second.
Well, okay, right, so people have known about it. There's been advertised, you know, in the Central News and things like that. So more and more people are coming. There's a tourist brochure also that's a walkabout St Bathans. They're walking about and they're taking their photos from the centre of the road. Stupid, I know, but they do it. Okay, and the photo ops, that's right. And then the footpaths, there isn't any. So to travel down there at 50 k's is unsafe. I think there are excellent reasons to start looking at lowering the speed limits.
Well, thank you for your presentation. We'll have questions if any of the members want questions. No, it's great. No, it's, we've got to have all that information in front of us. We've had Cambrian and St Bathans talk to us already today.
Yeah.
General theme about, and I guess you're probably, I'll start with the question, you're probably the first one that suggested drop it as low as you have, because Cambrian and St Bathans definitely want their down, but as you can put yourself in our situation, we want to have continuity.
Yeah, I understand that.
And if you have 15 at that point to here, and then you have 30 there or 40 there or 50, and it's Naseby want it the other way, you know, so our jobs to make sure.
Naseby have got wide streets.
So, and that's the questions for that too. And there's some people saying, well, you're in Naseby, what's the difference if you go 30, 40k, you're in there anyway, you're not going anywhere at speed. So that's our job, along with staff, to come up with recommendations. But last questions from Tracy, questions?
No, I mean, look, I know how busy St Bathans can get.
It's just got worse.
It has got busy, so it's I think at some stage people can't actually travel through here very quickly, but I appreciate that 50k's, I don't disagree, 50k's does seem very fast past that centre part of town, so, but yeah, no.
Questions?
Thank you. Question?
No, it's just a comment.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
My grandfather used to ride from Wedderburn on a horse and play rugby in St Bathans, go to the pub and then ride back. So things have changed a lot from what they are now. So I'm familiar with St Bathans.
Yeah, it's a great little place, but it is crazy. Even, I hear what you're saying, that travelling down there at 50k's, because there's so many cars bottlenecking, it does slow the traffic. But when it's not, and there's no traffic around, that people fly. No, I mean, the locals don't go that speed. 30 is too fast, I think, particularly now that I'm right there. Anyway.
Thank you very much for your time and taking the effort of coming in, because it's much appreciated.
Well, so what happens? This is one question to you.
I will go through the process now, talk to staff and come up with a lot of solutions, hopefully that are the right. There's submissions that are important that we get a feel for what people think on the ground.
Well, this is from the association. Most of us are wanting things lower. But anyway, thanks for listening to me.
Right, no problem.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Dave, AA Southern District Council. Welcome.
Good morning. Chair, I'm not sure whether you folks have copies of our submission in front of you, or, because I do have them here. If you don't have them.
Three, start.
In case I can pass this to one of your staff, and you can get it if you want me to. It's not so much about submission, it's more about the notes on the back and what have you. So, yes, I'm Dave Smith. I'm a resident of Clyde, and I'm actually a member of the AA's newly created Southern Lakes District Council, which is an advocacy body, as you probably know. So, yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide a view from the Automobile Association on the proposed speed limit bylaws. The AA is an organisation that we're all familiar with, and I imagine that the image that likely springs to mind is our road service officers helping out one of our 1.8 million members nationwide if their car has an issue or breakdown. But the AA also has a role acting as a voice for our members to the authorities on transport issues, and we have 18 volunteer councils around the country that respond to proposals like this to give decision makers a sense of what a large number of road users think. Moving on to the specific speed limit bylaw being considered today, improving road safety is a key focus for the AA, and we recognise speed management as a key safety tool along with road maintenance and upgrades. We strongly believe that speed limits will be most effective when they are backed by strong evidence base. Makes sense to most people and will get good compliance without the need for heavy enforcement. With that in mind, we support most of the changes proposed by the bylaw, apart from a few areas. We agree with the principle of reducing speeds on most urban roads to 40 kilometres an hour over time. We see this as a pragmatic limit that will improve safety while also being credible on generally quiet roads. We would actually encourage the council to look at extending the plan to more residential areas than are currently being considered, and believe the ideal result would be reduce the limit in one single change across the network. We also support the idea of 30 km/h limits in towns and suburban shopping streets that are often busy with large number of pedestrians and cyclists, as well as the 30 km limits in urban school zones. We believe that electronic variable speed limit signs will be the most effective option for school zones to minimise the chance of crashes during the highest risk times. One area that we have an alternative view is the principle of reducing rural roads to 60 km/h over time. We regard 80 km/h as an appropriate speed limit for most rural roads and think changes will need to be considered on a road-by-road basis in terms of the look and feel of the road and the trauma data available. Of concern, a number of arterial routes are also being considered for speed reduction. Some specific examples of the road the AA believes the council should reconsider, Ernst Crew, Conroy's Road, Dunstan Road, Springvale Road, Pearson Road and Cromwell, and Gough Road and Maniatota. If there is a mismatch between the look and feel of a road and the speed limit, it is likely to have low compliance from drivers, which is a bad result for safety and runs the risk of enforcement being seen poorly by the community. We are also concerned of the absence of speed change on Sunderland Street and Clyde, and would appreciate the council reviewing based on the increased traffic density in line with the possible closure of the Muttontown Road intersection at State Highway 8. We would encourage councillors and staff considering these limits to drive on the roads themselves and propose speed limits in good and free-flowing conditions to judge how appropriate they will feel to most drivers. Thank you for your time, and on behalf of the AA Southern Lakes District Council, we look forward to possibly engaging with you on many more transport issues in the future and building a good working relationship. And on that basis, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very much for a very comprehensive report.
That's there are a few attached notes here just to clarify one or two of our concerned areas. And I think probably the biggest issue is we just want to make sure that the decisions that you folks are making, and a lot of it is data based, and I hope it's data based. We have had trouble accessing a lot of the crash data. Now I've heard a couple of the submitters sitting here. Richard was one of them saying, Vistons Holdings have mentioned clearly they've gone to pick up vehicles from accidents in Springvale Road. And we haven't been able to actually access that data. So we would just like to see some more of this data that supports these things. There was a lady talking before about it was Springvale Road, and clearly up towards MacArthur Ridge and that corner around there. There must have been a few instances on there. Again, we haven't been able to access the data, which we'd just like to see, so that moving forward, that we're happy with what we're seeing. And a lot of some of these decisions aren't knee-jerk reactions and that sort of thing. And I did have a conversation with one of your staff regarding this, and I was sort of informed that a lot of the decisions were made. Some of these areas, these roads now, subdivisions, we're getting property subdivided, so there is an increase in traffic and volume of traffic, which is fair enough. There are proposed subdivisions, but it doesn't seem that I'm harping back to the Sunderland Street one here, simply because we know that the Iron Lifestyle Village, the subdivisions going on the corner there, there's going to be a lot more traffic, especially if Wakatakahi closed Mutton Town Road intersection. We're going to have everything exiting out onto there, and you're proposing to leave that at 70 kilometres an hour, possibly 50 like the rest of the place. So these are some of the areas that we're concerned about, and yeah, look forward to working with you folks in the future.
Questions, Tam?
Yeah, I just had one around that, this Dunstan Road, Springvale Road, and then I guess to a lesser extent that Earnscleugh Road, because we know that is a massive shortcut.
Mm-hmm.
But sort of Dunstan, Springvale Road, around the data and the crash data and that you're looking for, some of it is not quantifiable. For example, the woman who spoke before who's lost 2 dogs and 2 cats on the road, that's not data that's recorded anywhere. And then the anecdotal evidence that she brings around what residents hear in terms of speed from, for example, she used that Young Lane, which is, to be fair, the portion between Young Lane and the corner on Springvale Road heading from Dunstan Road to Clyde.
I know the area.
That's where everybody passes. There's not a lot of offshoots on the side of the road for things going wrong. It is long, it's straight, it's wide, you've got good visibility, but there is more build up through there as well and high volumes of traffic. Where is it only data that the AA are interested in?
Oh, no,
it's not the data.
This is just one of the tools. This is just one of the tools, and for us, it's a very easy one. We can go and look at it and say, okay, there has been quite a number over a period of time. It's consistent. This accident. Okay, so this is clearly this is a good idea.
And I guess it's for us weighing up that people saying show us the crash data.
Yes.
We would rather there be no crash data.
Yeah. Well. Yes.
So it's that trying to get ahead of the problems before people become statistics, which is not what we want.
Appreciate that. Yeah. And we're just looking for feedback. We go to our members all the time, and hopefully, we do get the feedback that we do need, and we can form opinions where we need to advocate on their part and think that hopefully helping folks with the information you guys need to make the right decisions moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I guess there's not a question. It seems to be the general theme coming out is consistency.
Yes.
And I think that is always frustrating. Is 1 minute, we just heard the latest in Bathurst, is it 15, does it go to 30, does it be 40? And everyone's got a completely different idea of where it's at, and that's the hard part here. But it's been good having the submitters giving us a pretty firm judge on it, really. I hope we can make the right decisions, and we'll definitely do the deliberation this afternoon and work it through, but hopefully we can come up with consistency across the region as well.
That's all we can ask.
Yeah,
and that's all we body. That is all.
All what to do, really. Yeah. Sure, we're all on the same boat.
Just add a couple of clarifications. Staff have driven on the roads several times, and the staff who drive on the roads, we're not doing it with a view of a high desire to reduce speed limits. The original list that came out of the Wakatakahi speed management system for reductions was way more expensive and much lower speed limits. So they've driven it to say what does it feel comfortable at and what's realistic. So one that had a lot of debate around the council chambers when we first discussed it was the system was telling us it should be 60 kilometres an hour all the way down the Ida Valley Road, and staff drove there and said it's never going to.
No, it won't work. What's what we said,
and that's all we ask.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And so we have done that since cheaper. And in terms of the crash data, there used to be very good crash data around non-injury crashes, but I think the focus in more recent years has been to get reporting on the fatalities and serious injuries.
Yes.
So I know that along Springbok Road over the years there has been a number of fatalities, particularly further along towards actually the Omacare. But that intersection at Duxton Road regularly does spend.
Yeah, and the other one is compliance and what have you. There's no sense of putting in a speed limit that you know that people aren't going to drive at. Because then you're looking at enforcement, and we don't want that. Don't want that, and the folks, you don't want that.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time. I'm just looking, I'm doing a very poor job of chairing the meeting. We're an hour late already, but I think we're better off having the discussions and rushing through it. And I'll have a definite feel for the project at hand. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for the chat.
Thank you. Dennis. Welcome. Morning.
Just scared me a bit ready from my cancer treatment this morning. I spoke to the council here about 3 years ago regarding the bottleneck here on the corner of Bringham Street. The letter I received back from the council was it was very worthy of note, and that they would look at putting a speed counter on the road to determine the traffic numbers, and I've never seen that happen this year. Bringham Street has become the bypass. I live on the corner of Shannon and Bringham Street, and I've lived there for 22 years. I've seen the number of vehicles, traffic increase on this road. It has increased greatly, and the speed that people come down that road now. Right for reducing the speed limit to get it down there. We've got a school there, and nothing's in signage for the school, which is so small, and as many times been broken off at ground level. Nothing's ever been done to record or to help that around the school. At school times, my little shop there that I'm operating on the side there, I'd go out there with a cup of tea to watch all the antics when they were picking up their children from school. How there hasn't been someone really run over, I don't know. And the odd ball that comes over the counter, I've seen children just suddenly being stopped from running out of the road. My concern is that if it lowers the speed to 40, which I'm really pleased about, but how are you going to enforce it? It's not enforced now with 50 k's here with some of the traffic that comes down. Every day I see trucks with trailers on coming around and down Bringham Street. A lot of tradies come down now. As we're working out and about down the house, or I'm working down the street, I see that. Since the giveaway signs were changed from Shannon Street, it used to be on Bringham Street and on the corner of Brendan Street. That slowed the traffic down. Now that the giveaway signs are on Shannon Street and Brendan Street, it's a straight through. I'm seeing, I've watched vehicles come and they seem to come in about up by the supermarket there, turn in, and you can see them, they come right down and dodge everything and go out this way. So there's my concern that we're looking at the safety of the 40 k's an hour. I agree with that. Policing it, I'm a bit concerned about, but I'm wondering if doing something about the giveaway signs, helping to slow the volume of traffic that comes down that road. By all means, do what they suggested 3 years ago and put a counter there and have a look at the numbers. This is only what I'm seeing. I can't guarantee that that's exactly there, but we have no new subdivisions there. We have no new people living around there, and the number of vehicles, but the vehicle velocity has certainly increased.
Thank you very much for your.
Yeah. So.
Questions? No.
I think it's an accurate reflection. And
Yeah.
I did it the other day because the traffic was backed up right around the roundabout, and I thought, oh, I'll just turn and go down Franklin Street. And yeah.
Well, I never come around this way to go home. I always come down Shannon Street, and particularly this time of the year when the sun's so low, the sunstrike on that corner is incredible. the school bus cannot come around the corner of Shannon Street and bring it without crossing onto the other side of the road. They can't get round the bowl. Many a time there's cars who had to pull over to let the bus go round. If, I'm sure you're all sitting in here doing your work and not looking out to what's going on out there. But the same thing happens on this corner with the bus and with trucks that they have to pull over onto the other side of the road. That's just another concern. We're talking about the speed at the moment of which. So I'm hopeful that's a suggestion that how expensive it would be to turn those giveaway signs around. In the 22 years there, I've seen when the signs were the other way. I've seen 2 accidents on that corner, some not giving away. And since the signs have been changed, there's only been 1 that we've seen, apart from some close goes where a young fella turned and a vehicle had been sidelined. Whether that's an expensive operation to turn around giveaway signs and slowing down the traffic.
Very much.
Spacely.
Thank you.
No worries.
Oh.
Tracy,
Bob here.
I've got some photos on the iPad, but we'll leave it at the end if I still get time. There's photos of Clark Road that I submitted about. Firstly, starting, Pizer is correctly spelled and pronounced Pizer after the Mount Pizer range. So I've heard both versions today, but I can assure you, I've been here all my life and that's the way it's said. And one other thing, when my colleague over there, I didn't know who's going to be here, but when you talk about the streets in Pizer Moorings subdivision, you got to remember that was one of the very first done. And that was done at the time, not for myself, but it was done under residential marina zoning, a special zoning as a satellite to Cromwell, when sections were probably listed at about $30,000, you know, $30,000 to $40,000. So there wasn't a hell of a lot of money there, and those guys did it as cheap as they possibly could. But when Perry and Co was done, we're listing sections at 300,000 plus. There was a lot more money there to that. So I'm not submitting about that. It's a little bit of history that may help. I really started very concerned about the high traffic flows into Pizer Moorings, Perry and Co off the State Highway 6 to Cromwell to Wanaka. And then I was correctly told by James, that this wasn't about that, and he didn't have control about that. But I'm also informed by Mayor Tim that Pizer Moorings, Perry and Co now is your 3rd most populated urban area in this council. And I'm sure Tim had talking one hell of a population, and we have actually rush hours at 8 in the afternoon, you know, backing up. So presenting about this, I'd like to see myself, I'm on board with the council, and I know that a lot of other people asked to submit to transit on that and try and get a KDK zone so we don't have a tragedy there. And there has been stats of accidents, and you've got to remember that it's not only a T intersection for Perry Grove, Pizer Moorings, it's actually a Clark Road as well. So it's a 4-way thing there. So up Clark Road, I'm presenting today is about 1.2 kilometres long, no exit road, council road. Many of my photos here are showing the very dangerous state of maintenance that it's in. It's just got ripples and sort of holes through it. Whenever there's rain, there's puddles that go right over top of it due to no drainage and the like. I bound a Clark Road, the entire side on the right hand side, and on the left hand side about 40% of it going up it. So I know it on a regular basis. The changes, we talked about the changes, and there's no one's seen more changes than I have over the last 30 years, but the changes up Clark Road was gone from just our family and the Clarks, so now the Mortons, Peter Morton's family, to a number of different rural uses, such as, and that all came about when Lake Dunstan rose and the water arose, and then technology came along to use that water for cherry orchards on top, vineyards. The cherry orchard on top's 50 hectares. Vineyards are large. There's 3 times 20 hectare vineyards now on that road. You've got retail outlets. We've got 2 wineries. You know, we've got one doing mead.
You've got myself holding a consent for work accommodation. Now that's up to 60 persons on site, and we have about 12 to 15 persons there now. I have not persons living on site, also have a commercial operation there for storage. So people are coming and going there. We've now got Sunday markets in place there. And I looked up your proposals for the road changes and I just could see nothing done about Clark Road. Yet I look for consistency, and at Kenmure through to Cornish Point, a similar non-access road has suggested to go down to 60 k's. Now, my suggestion is it's crazy, in fact almost physically impossible to drive 100 k's on that road. It's crazy if you try to. We've got so many people going up there now that are vineyard workers and the like. I'm concerned for not only my own safety, my family and my tenants that are there, because some of the photos I have, it's got no access. Like I'm getting off tractors, big machinery, opening gates, closing gates, this machinery's taking up the whole road. And I'm concerned getting off and on, you know, and opening and closing the gate, and you've got the fog, the visibility, you've got the dust visibility. I would love to see Clark Road sealed because of its extreme use. I think we've been caught out with the growth there. I think I have lobbied in the past some of our roading maintenance. 5 minutes of job, and just encouraged to get some counters going and seeing if we can at least do some of it. So that's my presentation, and I'd rather come here and propose this rather than do nothing and nothing get done.
That, so it's good to have local input, and consistency is a word that we're trying to hopefully get round about today. Questions?
Yeah, I just, with regards to, I mean, you mentioned sealing, which is a little bit different, obviously that's a request, but so you're maintaining that you'd like to see the road drop to 60 kilometres an hour.
At its current state, yes, I would. Yes. But if
we can't, yeah, we can't up and down, obviously. So you'd be hit. So just given what we, you know, and you will hear the same thing through the news media, that the NZTA isn't giving out a whole lot more money. In fact, what they're doing is backing off giving councils money.
Mm-hmm.
So we're having to stretch things to make sure they happen. In the event it wasn't going to be sealed, and obviously that would be part of long-term plans and things, would you be happy with 60 for that to be changed to 60 kilometres? Would you feel safe for
in
that?
its current state? Yes. I'm sure the sealing's not going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if it is, then we could look at say 80 k's. You know, just as something that would be more in fitting with the surface of the road. Yeah.
Tracy asked my question.
Good. Thank you very much for your time, Bob.
Thank you.
Right, so. When you get towards the end, you're doing all right, but slightly more breathing, you know. Welcome.
Good, thank you. Yes, Phil Thompson, this is just a private submission on behalf of everybody apart from myself. We've owned a holiday house in Maysbury for about 7 years, and 2.5 years of that time we've lived here as a permanent resident. So at that time we make some observations. So firstly, I believe that the proposal to go to a 50k blanket, a 40k blanket speed limit within the town is unjustified. I'd like to see it stay where it is. Maysbury's not a bustling traffic jams in the main street and people tripping over themselves trying to get places. So for that reason, I think it's unjustified. The other thing is, from my observations, and no doubt someone will correct me if I'm wrong, there's a reasonably high level of compliance with the 50k speed limit, and the worry would be going to 40 that we won't get the same degree of compliance. A couple of suggestions. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear Richard very well when he was talking, but there was some discussion around the current 50k limit speed sign where it's positioned. Is that correct? Is there a proposal to shift it back up the road?
No.
You mentioned
Down
when,
to Coal Pit Road, I think.
oh, okay.
I think that's what it was, not just.
Yeah. Because I don't actually remember reading anything about that, but.
Yeah, and that's what Richard's point
Yeah.
was, that it wasn't clear in the consultation document that changes.
Which one?
So there's a,
Take
no,
50
this is seven, it's a 60, okay. So there's from Renfrew Naseby Road into the current 50, because we'll go to 60.
Oh, that's that orange
Is there
line.
currently 70 from there? Or is
The 70k limit is around about, Wet Gully Road roughly.
Yeah, so I think it was changed, if this changed to 40, then that would change to 60.
So the side of
So
50 is that 70?
I think you'd leave it at 70.
Because I just think that where the current 50k limit sign is, it's not far from the corner. It's quite close to the corner. And that could be moved back a bit, in my opinion, but to leave legalities around that, I have no idea.
Move back a bit to where?
Sorry.
Move back a bit to where?
Towards Ranford.
Coal Pit Road.
Yes, to move back up the road, yes. Rather than, yeah, I just.
You come around the corner and straight onto the 50, and then you go straight into the corner into Naseby.
Yes. And it's a reasonably sharp left-hand corner as you come into the town, and that 50k limit sign is quite close to the corner.
The 70's out at Dave Murray's house, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah,
That's the only way.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not far from 70 to 50, so if you had to shift one, you'd have to shift the other back to Colbert Road.
And the trucks struggle shifting that.
Yeah.
That's 70, so where do you make a 70, 50?
Anyway, I mean, look, it doesn't make a huge difference in the overall scheme of things, but I just, the other thing is, and once again, I stand to be corrected, but I've noticed Aotearoa, Aturihua have had the radar speed signs up on a reasonably regular basis. And that's something I'd like to see in Naseby. I think they're well worthwhile. Just my impression is that people do notice them.
Work well.
And they do, slow down. So I think that's something that, I don't know where the funding comes or whatever, but I think that's something that, the council should consider.
Are they just on state highways too?
No, we have them. So we
do,
have
so.
one in Bannockburn, and we have one in Aotearoa, and we have one in Aturihua. So they are places where we know from the measurements we've done that people don't just, and this is part of the fascination I have around speed limits. Make people who are very, I mean,
No, you're absolutely correct. It doesn't, but I think, it's a good visual reminder.
Yeah.
I think people see it and they act.
it's a bit of a shame to really do, isn't it?
Well, you sort of get a, you come in today, you're thinking about other things, and oh God, I'm doing 53k.
Yeah.
And it does actually, and it may be.
Green smiley face. Do you want the green smiley face?
Exactly, you won't see it much.
So look, that's it for me.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
I just have one question, sorry, and I'm going to jump down there. Richard mentioned the Swimming Dam Road.
Yeah.
Do you support that 30 k's up there, or much reduced, obviously?
It's only the top of Swimming Dam Road at the moment that's 30k, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I wouldn't support it from 30k from the bottom. No, I don't see, but it certainly does need to be at least 30k at the top.
So what about from around where the camping ground entrance?
Yeah, well, it's only just up the hill a bit further, so you could bring it back to there. Yeah, to what's the name of that street? Larch Ave. Yeah.
I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. So we've heard today from Bannockburn, Cambrians, St Bathans, Pies and Moorings, our towns are too fast. Naseby's the only one where we've said, maybe it could be slower, and you've said, no.
Well, I
We
just
want them
think
to
it's
be-
fine the way it is. And, I mean, if I thought it was an issue with excessive speed for the traffic, the bikes and the people that are in the town, then, I wouldn't hesitate at 40k, but I haven't observed an issue, so I'm sort of wondering what we're trying to fix.
Well, and it seems like they're reading through the submissions, there have been a lot of Naseby, I guess more residents than holidaymakers saying that they're annoyed by the people continually riding their bikes in the middle, people walking in the middle of the road where they could be using the footpath. So clearly there is some sort of issue, but it seems to be that, well, no, cars should be able to travel at 50, everybody else should just be off the road.
Well, yeah, I haven't really sort of, yeah, I mean, I know people do wander across the roads because there's nobody around. So, you know, it tends to be, people think they can just please themselves, but I certainly haven't noticed any near misses or anything that would give them cause for concern.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Welcome.
Last but not least, lucky
Yeah.
glass.
Crikey.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get home during this afternoon either.
There's Sierra from Public Health South. It's been a while since I came in and talked to y'all. Thanks for the opportunity to submit on this. From a public health perspective, there's not really any speed that we would say, no, that's too slow, right? It's safer and it's better for our active transport users and our vulnerable road users. So we're basically supporting all the lowering of speed limits that are proposed. And I would go above and beyond and support all the lower speed limits that, you know, all the advocates from the different towns have said today. If you lower it down to 15, 20K, that's going to be great for public health. So as low as you want to go, categorically support there. I don't often think about road speed as like a classic public health issue, but of course it's where a lot of injury and of course some deaths can happen, and they're entirely preventable, these injuries and deaths. In that way, it is a huge public health issue. And of course, the speed that you're traveling at is the main predictor, basically, of what the outcome will be for the driver, the passengers, and for anyone outside of a vehicle. So if you have a crash at 80K or above, you know, involving a pedestrian or something, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to die. Whereas if it's 40K or below, you have closer to an 80% chance that that person on foot would survive. There's of course a lot of public health benefits besides just preventing injury and death. And then it's safer to be able to ride a bike, to be able to walk or take a scooter or whatever, use a kind of mobility device along our roads is always going to be safer if cars are traveling at slower speeds. Of course, those kind of active transport forms are good for our physical and mental health. I'm sure you all know about that. It's also kind of an equity issue about who can use the road. So people who are most vulnerable to vehicles traveling at fast speeds, we're talking about kids, we're talking about people with limited mobility, maybe disabled or older folks. Those are the people who would benefit most really from slower traffic speeds. Some people brought up today too that you can't just lower the speed limit and, you know, expect everybody to instantly obey that and have enforcement be perfect. So I think it's really important to kind of bring along traffic calming measures along with lowering speed limits, like things that narrow the road, like having a tree lining, expanding footpaths and bicycle paths, of course, adding in more zebra crossings where people naturally have to slow down, speed bumps, all that kind of good stuff. We have some good examples of a narrow street, you know, in Clyde, like you have to slow down on that street. There's really no way you can fly through there. And, you know, narrowing things like that really does help make you feel like you need to slow down, not just because of the street sign, but because of the nature of the road. I've heard a lot this morning about kind of maintaining consistency, and I think that always obviously sounds like a good thing. I kind of just wanted to challenge the conventional wisdom though, because it sounds like one size might not fit all for these, you know, different towns district with a lot of different needs. And so I wonder if maybe it's a bigger benefit to, you know, lower the speed in certain areas that have these really unique conditions than it would be to have just the consistency throughout the district. Yeah, so we're supporting of lowering the speed limits in summary. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Diana?
Given you cover Queenstown Lakes District as well, I just wondered if you had any feedback on Wanaka lowering the entire town to 40.
Yeah, so I live in Wanaka and I hear all the kinds of crap about it, you know, from my friends and my colleagues and stuff. People hate it. I walk everywhere. and I live within that 40K zone. I used to live outside the 40K zone. I used to live in Albertown where it would be 80K. You know what? I didn't ride a bike or walk anywhere. I don't know if we have accident data. I'd really be interested to look into that, but I would say from the human experience, yes, some drivers are annoyed, but you know what? In a couple of years, people will forget it was ever a different way. And the benefit to, you know, people to be cool or something like that, that's for us is so much more important. Reasons that my friends are experiencing.
Because it was quite a shock, because it was a mess, and just driving in one day and all of a sudden you're like, wait, what? 40?
I think that's also, the shock factor is good in that way, like that's, you know, maybe it's not consistent with other places, and so you're like, oh my gosh, I have to slow down. So that can be, the flip side of that can really get people's attention.
Yeah, and you touched on it just in that last comment. I understand that you're talking about people riding bikes, walking dogs, and not cats maybe, but maybe. I was going to say cats and dogs, and that wouldn't be very clever. Riding horses, etc. There's a lot of people, and this obviously from what some of your friends have said, and especially coming from myself from a rural area, there's a lot of frustration, and I worry about the mental health side of people being frustrated while they're behind the wheel. Change does cause a lot of frustration. I appreciate that over time things do change, but you may not know the answer to this, in fact, no one will. Is there any statistics around higher crash rates when councils or NZTA go through the process of changing the road speed limits?
Yeah, I'd love to look into that. You know, Monica is a local example for that, but what that immediately made me think of is this really classic city planning example. In the 70s, the whole country of Sweden switched from driving on the left, like the UK, to driving on the right, like the rest of continental Europe. And in the year they did it, the crash rates went way down. And because of course people think like, you know, it'll be chaos. No one will know what side of the road to drive on. It'll be so much more dangerous. But actually the change made people kind of cautious. You know, they were paying attention to it. And then gradually the crash rates went back to normal following that. But there's a lot of things that get a lot of kickback like that. And eventually we forget that ever happened. You know, people in Sweden have continental Europe and don't think about on the left. You know, in your software system updates on your phone and you hate it for like about a week, and then of course you forget that it was ever differently. I think that's how it will happen if it is, you know, a well-informed change that is beneficial to most, you know, to the people who need it most. I think if we went in changing things for no apparent reason and didn't make it feel like you needed to slow down and stuff, that could backfire. So I think we need to do it really, always do it really consciously and with that feeling of slowing the streets as well.
Okay, well, I've got any questions other than, you know, there's I guess going back to consistency is that you've got a lot of people moving around our towns and their speed limits are going up and down all over the show, and it becomes police and people say we're not policing it. And what seems to be okay driving through Naseby or St Bathans or Clyde in some parts, and all of a sudden it was 40k was fine in this town, and the old lady's taking the things to bowls, and all of a sudden it's 30k, and you lose 150 merit points or whatever. It's for people to get their head around. And cars have got technology that they'll come up on your dash and say the speed limits are there. And that's more so just getting, but I mean, to me, it's like, you can be all over the show, and you know, generally the census today is a lot of people want slowing down. But if you live in rural communities, I've travelled an hour and a half out today, an hour and a half is when I get home. You're going through 3 or 4 different speed zones, you're going through a whole lot of things, you still got to do your business and do your functionality. So I can understand people saying that, you know, if it's not really broken, we don't need to fix it just for the sake of things. Thanks for your time. It's been a long morning, so we'll have to get on with Anne's operations. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Due to the break, couldn't we? Do you want to take the 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, Mike is back on.
Yeah. The mic's back on now? Yeah.
So we can actually, so Alice's got her presentation now.
Right, we're back. Good to go.
Well, speaking of all the hearing, whoop, 22.1.3, what to welcome them here today, review the submissions. What happened?
Yeah, sorry.
Usually for people to out. I'd like to move the recommendations that the hearing committee received and accepts the report of everything against A, B, C, D, and E, notes submissions and takes all submitters to contribution, considers the submissions and decides what action should be taken. Notes the request will go to the council to transfer from its current bylaws process to the National Speed Limit Register, recommends the council final speed limit bylaw by 2022. Nothing like the transfer national speed register limit register process. Payment, Tracy, aye, carry on.
So how are we going through this? We work through the map at a time.
I'll speak to the rest of the submissions, so far the submitters in here, so I'll just do a speaking to that.
Yep.
Then my recommendation is that we work through Appendix 12, because that's got all of the proposed changes listed.
Yep.
We can just go one at a time.
I just wonder, because if you look at the road by road submission, kind of, they were jumping all over the place. If we had a talk about the submissions per map, you could say, is this the map? What are the proposed fors and against this particular map?
Because we follow that adjusted.
What would you prefer? How would you prefer?
I'll go through the map by map. If you want to go through the maps and just where things come up on your list there, and have a discussion about that. Bring them off. That'd be easier view. Be easier.
It might be easier just to get the decisions, that's all.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks to the submitters, including those who spoke here today. So council adopted the current speed bylaw in 2007, which is quite agency, so we've got up to, well, just over 80 potential changes that were considered through this proposal. The proposal was out for consultation from the 11th of March through to the 12th of April. We had a really high level of engagement with about 1,879 participants viewing the information on the project page on the consultation website, and 207 submissions received in total. Of those, 37 respondents indicated they'd like to speak to us here today. We contacted each person who had said they'd like to speak, both by email and phone call. There are a few we had trouble reaching, so we had follow-up phone calls, and I believe we reached all but 2. The proposal had a relatively high level of community support on the whole, with 37% of respondents or 76 people supporting the proposal in full, and 43% or 89 people supporting the proposal in part. 20% of respondents or 41 people did not support the proposal, and I do need to note that some of those who supported in part had specific support. All of those have been listed. We had tick boxes where people could give reasons for their support or not support, and of those, the primary reasons we had ticked were resulting in safer crashes around where we live and work, with 117 responses, a reduction in crashes and crash severity with 75 respondents, and the consistent message with 65 respondents. And the primary reasons for not supporting the proposal were that the speed is okay, but the road needs to be improved, with 48 respondents, that the current speed is okay, but drivers are at fault, with 45 respondents, that a speed reduction will result in increased travel time, with 42 respondents. Submitters were also able to provide their own reasons outside of that list, and the main ones given, or the key themes, were roads are dangerous for cyclists, reduced speeds are best for all road users, discussion around reduced speeds leading to an increase in fuel efficiency and a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, a promotion of public safety, and a feeling that the current speed settings are too fast.
Amongst those opposed to the proposal, the key things included a feeling that current settings are safe, that lower speed limits will cause frustration, and some speed limits should be increased rather than decreased, and a real feeling that the road itself or drivers themselves are the problem. 22 of the submissions had suggestions relating to state highways. All of that feedback has been collated and provided directly to Waka Kotahi. We received feedback around some specific streets or areas, and these have all been detailed and attached for us to go through in the deliberations. Many of these submissions request lower speed limits on additional roads or areas. Although these changes have arisen through the special consultative process, the Local Government Act would likely require many of those changes to be consulted on again, specifically with the wider community, because they've heard speed limits in part not specific to their street. So we've gone through each suggested change individually and provided advice as to whether that specific change would require consultation. I believe most of them would, but the consultation already was sufficient. We've also got technical advice provided for each location. So this would mean, in really practical terms, any change that we've consulted on through this process that the panel has recommended would go into effect on the 1st of August. Any change that doesn't require consultation and is recommended by the panel would also go into effect on the 1st of August. But any change that does require consultation will have a new consultation package that we will take into the community. And as a note, we have some consultation pending already on speed zones, so they could be packaged together for an efficiency there. 3 areas of technical adjustment to be considered by the panel today. They're outlined on Appendix 13. One is a fix for an issue with our maps, and another was overlooked due to a communication error and should have been included in the existing proposal. That change has sparked a 3rd change. I finally want to talk through the new legislative environment with you very briefly. So at the moment, we're following the hearing process, but since the bylaw went out for consultation, some new legislation has come out into force through the Waka Kotahi change in legislation. That will create a new process called the National Land Speed Register that the change is under. At the next council meeting, we're going to put a paper recommending we transfer from the old process. It doesn't make any changes to the procedures today. Consultation is still required, and there's no change to what you would recommend going through. It does have some changes in the technical side of things that QP and his team will manage. Some final notes for you before we start going through the deliberations. I just wanted to note that analysing these submissions is a bit of a challenge. The numbers are as accurate as I can make them, but it's quite a difficult data source. I've done a final analysis on Friday to check my numbers and do have a couple of adjustments that I've noted in the new updates for you. Luckily, I seem to have made mistakes by 4 and 8 consistently, so it shouldn't make a difference. And I did also want to note that we had a new theme today in the spoken submissions of making one change to speed settings across the district that wasn't reflected in the written submissions. So that's just a new thing for consideration. Yes, I just wondered if you want to work through map by map. Yeah. Because then you can kind of tick off an area. The first one's a nice easy one, a bone carrot. And if you go, if you go into your Appendix 12, a few pages in, you'll find sort of the Lord up on that area. And so I'm gathering to summarise the submissions in this here. And I've made no changes. I've put all text in bold. The only difference is that there are 2 boxes for free text, and I've combined them into one. Yeah. So you've got this. I might as well talk about border. We don't actually have a separate like the border, do we? That's why it's a great this GIS for this one.
So if we start with Omacal, we'll come back to Lauder because Lauder's out, so we'll go back. So someone has asked for the speed to be reduced between Omacal and Hofer on the Omacal Ida Valley Road. So that's not one that was consulted on. And it would be a substantial enough change that other people might have a view on that.
So the locals will be very against it.
Yes, so do you want to include that or not include that, or put it on a list for later consultation?
For me, not include. Is that how you want to?
I'm just thinking, is that the way we do it?
Yeah. So not include.
So not include. So three.
It's just.
So there'd be three. What to include, what will go to consultation, and what not to include.
So there's include, don't include, you know, so change it, don't change it. Or put it on a part list for further consultation.
That would be on the part.
That would be, no, that would be on the, I think we're just establishing.
Okay.
that each of the panel. So I think the staff recommendation there would be that there's park along that section of road now, so we don't think it would be different to other locations within perhaps at this time. But it could be, you know, it's rely on your local knowledge.
Yeah, it's got a cycle path.
Yeah, I would say that we don't include it.
There's other roads I could take priority over that cyclists are on that don't have a separate path.
And so the reason for that would be that we don't want to add new roads at this point to the unless there's a compelling and strong support for that.
And the technical advice did not change as a result of that submission.
Yes, okay, that's good. Because they'll have to go in the letters that go there.
So the reasons that it doesn't.
So the technical advice did not change as a result of that submission?
So what you would say is the technical review did not show one reason for
A reduction.
Okay.
Do you want to look at OFA next?
Sorry, there is a minor technical adjustment to the OMACAL maps due to mapping errors and technical advice received after the maps went out for consultation. The old state highway RCA, now managed by council, has a 50-kilometre area that is incorrectly shown as 70 kilometres on some maps, and adjustments will be made to those maps. And
I don't understand that. Former state highway RCA area in Zealand.
There's a picture, but you know, the image from James. So it's an area where on the ground it's shown that it's 50 kilometres on the signs, but on our maps it's at 70 and it needs adjusting.
So you're talking about Wilton
I can find
and the Lynn River.
image.
So that's currently a state highway. Not an old state highway, is it?
Is that the southern end or northern end of town or something different? So
That's state highway 4.
yeah, that is. No, I'm talking about this RCA.
So just council's not responsible for the state highways yet, as they remain in the risk.
Right, image from James directly, because I've just taken this straight from him.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So I think what we're saying is that the state highway speed zone changed, and that's not reflected on our maps. But we don't actually set the speed limit on the state highway.
Just the maps are wrong.
The map is wrong on the state highway.
So just for clarification, those the roads on that map in green that say they're 70, they should be correctly noted as 50 as well.
Yes. That's 50 all along there.
Because it's 50, that whole way is 50, the whole way along that main street.
So Wilton Street, High Street.
Yeah.
They are all 50 as well.
Correct. So you're not changing from a 50-kilometre state highway to a 70-kilometre local road. Yeah.
So they need to be changed on the maps.
Correct.
So Wilton, Hindon, Elton, River.
Yeah, the bottom end is, yeah.
Yeah.
Change to 50. That's just that's a tidy up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine we have some submissions on this.
We had 10 in favour of Over Bridge Road, specifically mentioned within a submission, and 1 opposed.
What are you proposing to change then? You're changing from the state highway into Oakville itself to a 60 kilometres from 100 kilometres. From the state highway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Map
two.
So this section in orange, go to 60.
Which,
What about the signal?
because you
Well,
can't put
70.
70 in. So I do actually have that document on my computer, which I've sent through the link through here. Could you put that up? Yep. That tells you what you're allowed to put in.
The one thing I will say about that, and this kind of applies to Earnscleugh Road as well, it is the people that are speeding on that road are the people that are avoiding, trying to return. Please tell me what I quick. That's all they're doing. That's a bypass road for people.
People from Alexandra going to Ranfurly?
Potentially. But you have still got a slow section all the way through the township.
Yeah, which I think probably in years to come will be 40 rather than 50.
Where we at?
So I think that there's widespread support for that reduction, except for, right?
Yeah, just 1 individual.
Yeah, 10 in favour of reducing to 60, 1 against. That's a different submission, yeah.
None of these numbers are high numbers though, for those in the scales.
Whereabouts is that one?
I've listed it under OPA. Sorry, just go to the OPA.
Just says it doesn't say 10.
It's quite slow.
Of the 10 are at the top, in that first 10 list. I'd gone with support, consideration for reduction.
I see.
So of those people submitted, how many have submitted for 80K, do you know?
You'd have to go through. Did any of them support 80K?
I don't believe so. There was pretty clear support for change, including road. The general theme of those submissions.
There's not a big distance between the main road and slowing down for the bridge, which are always, almost always coming to a stop, and then from the bridge to the town. It's not a, it's quite windy and not particularly wide.
You've got to stop at the bridge.
You've got to stop at the bridge, both directions. I think
You'd have heard very loudly about that wasn't support.
Okay.
I think, yeah. I guess if we're thinking about this, we also have to take in mind what people said today in relation to being consistent. Is there, I don't have a problem with it being 60, but I'm just for clarification for my own purposes. If at any stage, can we ask to come back to look at something again if we get to, during these deliberations, to say, look, actually, could I just go back given what we've heard about for the rest of the district?
Yep.
Is that
Yes,
okay?
yep.
Okay, cool, thank you.
What I would say is that the staff who drove this were not pro speed reductions. They went out with, we don't think they would need to be reduced. And so if they've come back and said it's 60, then they've said you literally were driving 60 to drive the road. So that gives me a level of confidence in supporting those lower speed limits if they're supporting them.
Moving from Over Bridge Road, we've had 1 submission who asked that the reduction of speed be continued right up through Oka Township or even further reduced down to 30 kilometres to aid with speeding concerns. The technical advice back noted low compliance with the existing 50 kilometre speed settings already and indicated a lower setting would not be appropriate under current conditions.
So on that one, we have in the last 18 months to so put in quite a bit of speed calming in Ophir itself, and I think that's something that needs to be continually monitored. You can't just put that in and then go away and forget about it. You need to be going back with speed measuring devices and seeing, is this working or not? And do you need to do more work? Because there has been, people were typically doing 70 going through Ophir, so the objective has been to get them to. Right. Now, I suspect we're going to miss Lauder, so do we just want to have a quick talk about that Lauder one, or miss it? Lauder Road. It's not on a map because we don't have a map for Lauder. GIS image.
Yeah, the GIS image things, it's, map view.
So if I could just state with that one that this one, the characteristics of this road are replicated many times across the 1,000 kilometre gravel road network the council has. So, I guess the precedent this could set for gravel roads across the broader network. Would it be consistent?
Do we know which submission that one was?
Weird, can't find something from there.
194 is the number, so we're down
194.
Yeah. I think Bill Harris. Okay, so the thing is that I think Mr. Harris is probably requesting that it's, because he lives on that part down by near station side is, you know, right in the township.
Yeah.
And that's a very long road. Not a particularly great road, I might say, for visibility. If you've ever travelled along it, you will know how notorious. That's the one I took us on the for our road meeting. So it looks lovely and straight and flat on the map. It is far.
It's actually quite undulated.
It's actually quite a. Yeah, but I know that the people that live on that road would are very conscious of any movements with children because of road, so they know that already.
I can absolutely understand
Yeah.
the concern.
Yeah.
So is there no difference for that bit where it hooks around and curves along the main street effectively? That's technically 100, right through there.
Yeah.
To the top of the hill.
Yeah,
So that's the bit that he's asking for it to be changed.
just the bit at the town.
Yeah, in the township.
Oh, well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, to me, it does, I mean, in all honesty, I can't imagine how many people would be put through there because there is lots of houses and there is the cafe and there is a huge amount of cyclists.
So I think we need a map for Lauder Township. And what would you be putting on Lauder Township? Would it be a 50k? What's the state highway 73 there, isn't it?
80. Yeah. 80 through there.
But then you're turning off the state highway onto what is effectively a residential road as it goes past those houses there before it goes up the hill.
Correct.
So then you'd be down to you're either 40 or 60 now, aren't you? 'Cause
Well,
there's
you
no
can
more
go,
50, or you can
I
go
think you can still put a 50 on an urban area. That thing that I've just sent you, Wayne, it's saying here, you can have 50 on,
Yeah, I'm not sure which page you're on.
so it's on page, there's a table on page 19.
Yeah, it's here. This one? Proposed safe
The
and
green table.
proposed safe and appropriate speed specification method.
Yeah. So if you go to the next page at the bottom, it's got little towns. Yeah, so that little town. Let's say 50.
Yeah. 50, yeah. I think that would be, I think that's a good idea.
It's appropriate.
It's appropriate to that part of the road.
Warrant further
I
consultation.
don't think you would need to consult on that because I don't think it's obvious.
Yes.
That goes to the top of the hill, because it's all, it goes to
It's
the
not
top
a
of the hill.
large residential area. It's not a significant decision for very many people.
And I think the residents would support the 50.
Yeah.
Because they're on a town size section there, it's not.
There's probably already consistent compliance with the.
No.
No,
It's only
the
about
town.
3 kilometres, 2.5 kilometres, 3 kilometres.
It's the urban boundary effectively.
Yeah, just looking to put in parameters of where you're thinking to include.
So I think QP will have to come back to you with the actual definition
We'll
of
get
the
it back.
lengths.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're thinking
Top of the
down
hill,
and round and at the top of the hill?
where the eco seal stops.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it's then it's a defined boundary between eco seal and tar seal, gravel. Do any adjustments there, that gives more of an excuse for the eco seal that we did.
That was good reading that because that wasn't what I interpreted when I read the support order that road. Okay.
Yeah, that would be silly.
Yeah.
What have we done there?
Right, next order. Next.
Right.
Right. Oh, that's big.
Last.
Isn't it? So this one's showing you the rural roads and then you have town maps for the townships. So in terms of the submissions on this one, Alex, do you want to lead us through what's on this blue, this big sheet we have?
So we start with Gilligan's Gully Road, it's coming first, the entire street.
So hang on, so Gilligan's Gully Road, we weren't making a change on, were we?
No, we're not making a change.
So Gilligan's Gully Road is about where that 85 banner is.
Yeah, that's a fine.
Yeah, so if you look at your speed limit there,
Yeah.
there's a, there's an 85 and it's that wee road that goes off there. And actually it has had an eco seal put on it. It's in the 70k state highway zone. So the reason we've never worried about it is because it hasn't got a sign on it. So because you're on the state highway and you're on 70, technically you're on 70 on Gilligan's Gully, but it probably does need to be shown on the map. What are the people wanting?
We've had one submitter requesting the 50-kilometre speed limit on Manahira Kia Road with the new proposal be extended to cover Gilligan's Gully as well. Technical advice considers it a good candidate for speed limit reduction.
So it's 50 on the state highway there. We would have just assumed it was 50 anyway, because there's no sign saying you
No,
can
it
increase
changed
your
it.
speed limit. So
Doesn't it change, it becomes 70 before Gilligan's Gully?
they're just saying it's after Gilligan's Gully.
And they're saying that the Manahira Kia speed limit across it could be extended onto it. So
Yeah, so the 70 is currently at Joe and Neil's house,
Yeah,
which is before Gilligan's Gully.
Alex,
Yeah.
Alex.
So they're
we
saying
can't-
that, yes, they're
We
saying
can't
that.
extend to the state highway.
No.
But we can say that Gilligan's Gully Road is 50.
Or 70. You're going, as currently people would think it was 70.
Consider 70.
Yeah, it's gonna, or whatever you do.
I would suggest you might want to consult over that one because I'm not sure if the residents on that road would all support 70 or not, 50 or not. I know in my mind it's the sensible speed to drive the road.
We better, I think, if
But I know
that's your
there's
feeling.
There's been quite a lot of growth. There's a lot of families up there now,
Yeah.
so I think. you know,
50 makes sense, but I think you'd probably have to ask them, wouldn't you? What do you think?
What can you make it 70?
That's
It
what
is 70.
It's 70 now.
Well, no, and at
It's
the moment it's 100.
technically classified.
Technically, it's 100, but if you're driving it, you wouldn't know that because you're in a 70 zone. You haven't seen the speed limit to say you can drive faster. So you'd be assuming you were. So at the very least, we need to tidy it up and
So,
make
well,
it 70.
So the point being is why,
But if we're looking for consistency, should we be making it 60?
50.
We're allowed
Or
to make it
we-
50 for
Gosh,
first.
this gets
Because we're going away from 50s and 70s.
50s for urban areas, but yeah, it'd be 60. So it gets really messy. You've got a 50, a 70 and a
Yeah, that's
60.
too much, and we try to avoid driver confusion.
I
Ross
think,
Road inside.
why don't we,
Fiscally Road.
between now and the
Seaway.
council meeting, get a counter out there that measures what speed people are actually doing? Because I'm wondering if this is a hypothetical conversation and people are only doing 60, 50 anyway.
Well, all those, all
And
those
then we
Hillview
can-
and all those 60s, so the rest of them are there other than Fiscally Road, not
Is-
60.
Is there a possibility that we can, once we have the data, we can then turn around and say, at the council meeting, we put a recommendation at
Yeah.
council meeting as to what we think, given the information that we've gathered?
Is that okay, Wayne? Are we allowed to do that?
I think we're gonna put that in a resolution that talks about what ones we think might go out for consultation. And then we could do prep work before.
Yeah,
then
but
as
this
to what
one-
it means.
This one might not need to go for consultation if it's
So
already.
you just put
people are
subject
already-
to data from traffic count.
Yeah, I could do, yeah.
Subject to
Being
data from
reviewed.
the traffic counting.
Because I think it goes 70 or 60, isn't it? The rest of the
I-
roads around it will be 60.
Yeah,
Same size roads relative, we look at the map, they're all around about
Yeah.
60k.
yeah.
So
you
it's
did.
only going to be 60, all go to Let's Gully Road or Dunstan Road, 70.
Yeah, I think you could put in,
You either make it 60 or go to consultation.
Leave it
so
alone.
60s. Eh?
you leave it alone,
Yeah.
which is currently 70.
Just leave that.
Technically 100.
Yeah. That might be a can of worms you don't want to go down.
So we'll leave it alone.
And we're going to get some traffic count data on it.
Cool.
So go to
Motion.
60.
Righto, next.
To stay in the same vicinity on the map, we'll move across to Galloway Road, which is in that same location there to the top right of the map. And Crawford Hills at the same time, which is just at the top of Galloway Road. That's a 100-kilometre area that we've proposed to reduce to 80 kilometres through this proposal. We've had 5 submissions opposed to the reduced speed, citing the road conditions and a lack of evidence. One of those submissions has also requested that Crawford Hills be part of that same discussion there, with little evidence for reduction in speed, long stretches without driveways and side roads and good visibility, and technical advice is unchanged. It's still at a reduction to 80 as appropriate.
So where's that?
Leave it then.
It's in the second table, no, it's not.
Oh, the second one.
Leave it. Those in favour of that? Leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
Looking at some of those other ones around it though.
I understand the reason those submissions. It is.
To
a
leave it
very-
as 100,
It is a very
it's a long, straight piece of road. And if you came under difficulty with a wider vehicle or something, there's a reasonable boom on either side to be able to pull off.
I think the one thing it has going for it that the others don't have is it has the rail trail running right along beside it, so you don't get cyclists on Galloway Road the same as you might on other rural residential roads.
Did we have any feedback on like the Fisher Road, Clear Road? Because those probably are appropriate to go to 80. They're much more winding, they're a lot more narrow.
They're gravel, aren't they?
More houses
Some
on them.
There's
No,
more
they're
houses
sealed.
on, no, they're
Sealed
yes,
now.
sealed now. So I think if you were keeping Galloway and the Crawford Hills as 100, I think that Fisher Lane, Clear Road and whatever the other one.
They would stay at the 80.
They would go to the 80. Or are they at?
Well, the proposal was to put them at 80, they're not, they're 100 at the moment.
Yeah.
And given you've had no requests for them to be
Change, leave it.
changed from that, leave them that, you know.
Next.
So there was no submissions received supporting the Galloway Road reduction, Alex? No.
So Galloway and Crawford Hills.
Can I ask, if we hadn't had anything supporting either way, then should we be doing anything at all?
Well, obviously the technical advice has raised issues with the speed. So I think that there is a reason to look at them. And if people would need to come back with a yay or nay,
You're
I
just
think then going on the
yay.
technical advice, you could say, well, I think there is a case, for example, for Fisher Lane to be 80.
And we also need to remember that we're at about 80% support for reduction in speed overall, and most of those people haven't listed specifically where. So it's very possible
a lot of those submitters. So we're changing Galloway and Crawford then from the 80 to 100. So that's right back to the state highway.
Galloway stays at 100.
Mm.
Galloway and Crawford stays at 100, but
Yeah,
Fisher Lane.
Fisher Lane and those two little side roads,
Yeah.
you go down to 80.
Move that.
What next? One next you want to do? Springvale Road or? I think so. Next. So to be clear, when we say State Highway 8, from State Highway 8 to 100 metres east of MacArthur's Ridge Road, we're talking from of the Clyde end of Springvale Road, because they're both, yeah, that's State Highway 85 at the other end, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which road did you say then?
State Springvale.
Oh, I said Ripponvale.
No. So Springvale, there was a lot of discussion around that one, wasn't there?
Yeah, in Springvale, we've had 8 submissions it's 100 now. The proposal is to reduce it to 80. We've had 8 submissions opposing that reduction and 9 submissions supporting it, with 6 of those submissions requesting a further reduction in speed again.
The further step might be challenging for the public and
Especially coming off, it is a main thoroughfare. It's not a residential road. It is between one state highway and another.
I'm very much against changing it. So that's
full stop.
Full stop.
I can see both sides. There has been a number of crashes at that Dunstan Road intersection, and that area just through there is full visibility.
Yeah. Is there anything else that we can do to prevent?
It's already got those flashing,
the
winter
winter
for
lights,
the winter lights. It's already got, you know, coming up and down that hill, you know, signs saying it's windy. There's a lot of cyclists up and down there. I don't think you can do anything else to slow the traffic without slowing the speed on that bit through there. And then the bit between, so that's the bridge down to Dunstan Road where you come down past.
So it's the exit out of Dunstan Road that is the concern?
No, so you've got Dunstan Road, then you've got Waikiri, there's a private road, there's Waikiri Valley Road, and then you go around the corner and it's Young's Lane. So I think that section from Young's Lane up to MacArthur Road, people wouldn't really have too much of an issue around.
No.
But it's the section from Young's Lane down to Clyde, I suspect that people.
But we're only making consistent with speed limits. A number of the opinion stays the same, but it looks like we're passing is the issue, doesn't it?
No.
Well, the discussion.
There's 2 issues on there. So there's a big issue with car crashes between Young Lane and the top of MacArthur Ridge. So that's where all the crashes happen. And then the risk around pedestrians and cyclists is between Young Lane and Springvale, you know, the Clyde end, which is where you've got lots of turning traffic in and out, plus built up development, plus the cemetery, plus then the rail trail access way at the Clyde end. I don't think there's a case, but I think there is a strong case for an 80 through there.
And technical advice recommended an 80 through there.
I'm sorry, I still struggle to see how, I accept all those arguments, but I do say, I think at the moment we've got half the community one way and half the community the other. And it's not going to be a popular decision, that is for sure.
Well, it wasn't quite half because it was slightly more people wanted it slowed down, plus the technical advice.
Yeah, I think it's one of these ones you'll be damned if you do and damned if you don't. The question is whether you take I don't think there's a lot to be gained by shortening the 80 back to Young's Lane.
And I don't think you should, because the main danger for crashes is beyond there. And I don't think you would have the bit.
No, sorry, I meant from Young's Lane to MacArthur Ridge, you would have.
But then you've got a little chunk of 80 in the middle of 100, and we already said we're looking for consistency and not confusing up and down.
Are we going to?
Can I just ask another question that flips to another road, because it has a bearing on this? What about Dunstan Road? Because these two intersect each other. It's kind of the level of consistency.
see.
I think it should be 80 the whole way through, and then certainly that part of
Yeah,
Springvale Road.
like if Dunstan Road's 80, then Springvale Road should be 80. That section should be 82. It would be really inconsistent for it to be different.
Is that a giveaway at the end of Dunstan and just, so that should be changed to a stop?
No, you
It
can,
meets the
can
legal
be a giveaway.
requirements.
Yeah. You can see,
You can
you can
see.
see it more easily turning
So,
left to
okay.
giveaway.
So then it's a matter of driver compliance as opposed to road. That's what you're telling me.
I think people just go into it too fast.
It's, you cut, because people barreling along at 100, you actually have to slow down quite a bit to get around the corner.
Oh, yes.
It's not straight, it's got a bend in the
Yeah, I
end.
know.
But for example, the other day in the fog, a car just went straight through the intersection and ploughed into the bank on the other side. Because they didn't realise they'd come to the end of the road until it was too late to do anything about it.
It was only a few weeks before that, someone on a Saturday morning, someone went through and over the top of the curb took out the giveaway sign.
So unfortunately, it's the idiots on the road, not the,
But some of that is approaching a T intersection at 100 k's, as opposed to approaching a T intersection at 80.
What's the technical advice to Springvale Road? Or Dunstan Road, so.
Both are as per the map
Yeah.
at 80.
These wouldn't be in there if the technical advice wasn't supporting the change.
I mean, I can understand that because actually when you brought up the word fog there, it's a whole lot different, but people should be driving to the conditions, but you can't have one without the other one, is it?
It's, that end of Dunstan Road's busy,
Yeah, it is.
really busy.
Always is. And it is tricky around those bends before you go up the staircase.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot goes on in there, and watching 3 or 4 different ways.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm probably in favour of the 80 really myself. But if you can't shorten it up, it's got to be one, the whole lot's got to be 80. Or down.
With Dunstan Road, there were 9 submissions opposing the reduced speed limit and 3 submissions in support of the reduction in speed, and just noting the technical advice was.
So the Dunstan Road's opposite to Springvale Road.
Yeah, which is interesting, especially given that that subdivision's sold out already.
I would have thought Dunstan Road would be a stronger candidate to be 80 than Springvale. But that's my.
And I think that part of that is, there's not that same, I guess, compactness between horse riders, motorbikers, cyclists, because there's such a wide berth between the rail trail and Dunstan Road.
Yeah.
But it's a big road to try and get across, and I see those cyclists trying to get across to the vineyards at Hillview, and all the kids on BMXs and dirt bikes going across at Airport Road up to the airport.
There's also that cycling track up at the airport.
Yeah, there's a lot of people coming and going.
I think the other thing just to bear in mind in that area that we're talking about for the 80 is the Vincent Spatial Plan has those lots halving in size down to 1 hectare from they're currently zoned 2 hectare, but the spatial plan's changing them to 1 hectare. So there could be a lot more development in that space in the future.
Where we at?
I'm just running through the submissions as we're talking to try to look at the points raised, and they're the same points we've been hearing, but it's quite a contrast between we want this to be safer for our children and oh, the road's straight, it's fine. So it's it's a bit of a tricky one. So
We want to push, people who want to go fast should be on state roads.
There is
Not
an
taking,
alternative route.
not taking these shortcut roads, because that's what's damaging the roads that we're paying to fix with higher volume traffic. We want people, the money is spent on safety on the main roads. That's where we want cars to be.
We've got an interview for a staff member at 2 o'clock.
I've got a doctor's appointment at 2.
Well, let's get down this.
What's the decision?
I vote 80 for Dunstan and that portion of Springvale Road.
I'm against.
Oh, that's great. I actually, when you look at the map, I think it's probably going to be 80 because River Ash, Fish Road, Galloway, Erskine Road, they're sort of the same type size roads, same type issues. If you want consistency, you're going to have a lot more of it.
So when you
That's
write
all.
the report up, Alex, you're writing the report up for council, are you? Can you perhaps you note that the hearings panel had some deliberations on this one?
What did the business meeting would say?
They were supportive of all the proposals that were put up.
Yeah, right. Well,
Right, so that gave you Springvale and Dunstan.
So that's a reduction on both.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is proposed.
An area
If there was a sandwich or anything, you might as well eat as a go.
Yeah, we're gonna take this, we go.
So Coates Road, was there a submission?
Yeah, there's one submission who listed Coates Road as part of a longer list of streets where they're opposed to a change in speed limit.
I am a resident of one of those roads.
You oppose it too, eh?
No, I absolutely think it should be.
60K.
What is it?
Part of it 80, part of it 60. It's two parts.
That's it winding bit up to the airport. That makes sense, and the others make sense too.
I think I do.
Yes.
With that,
So Coates Road
Airport Road.
and Airport Road.
For Airport Road down to 80 instead of 100.
Yeah.
And then that Coates Road, that's probably, I don't think you could drive at 80.
No,
Certainly people try, but
It's quite dangerous, and there was a fatality there not long ago. Admittedly, they had been,
I don't think the speed limit.
but no, they weren't really complying with the law, full stop really, were they? But,
Okay, so that's as suggested, Airport and Coates.
Yeah.
And Hillview, same?
So do you want to Hillview, why would you stop the 60 there where it is about to turn into a gravel road?
because it's not a council road, it's a private road.
Is that where the council road stops at the top of the hill?
Yeah, so that's why it stops
Okay.
there. So there has been a submissions on Hillview Road. Where is this?
There was one on MacArthur, or two submissions requesting a further reduction on MacArthur. It's a 100-kilometre road at the top of Springvale. Two submitters requested that it be reduced in line with the changes on Springvale. They cited an increased growth, hidden driveways and increased heavy vehicle movements. It was not supported technically as it's a rural in nature, sealed and straight, low volume, flat with good visibility with no crash history.
So my advice there would be if I don't think Galloway should be reduced, it would be hard to understand why MacArthur.
And you wouldn't reduce MacArthur and then not Golden Road and Waikiri as well?
No.
So.
no. No, is it?
That's another.
No,
Okay.
Which one was that one?
MacArthur Ridge submission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not-
Do you
not
like to
currently.
get Chapman
say
Road
it's
and
not shown.
Royce Road next, and we can go off that page?
It's not the next one, it's in the same vicinity.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah.
we've had, a bit of an interesting one. So Let's Go, it's in two areas. The upper third is
100,
which you have in one, yeah, it's 100. Proposed to reduce it to 80. The lower third is 70, and the submitters have proposed to reduce it to 60. So it's currently the upper third is 100 kilometres and the lower 2/3 is 70 kilometres. 3 submitters have requested a reduction in those speed limits to being 80 and 50 respectively. They noted an increase in properties and driveways, increased use of the road, including the development in the area to the north, a road layout that is winding and narrow with minimal verge and poor sight lines, and gave safety concerns for cyclists and children. Initial technical advice indicated a support for the reduction. It also indicated the location of the speed transition should be investigated for change as it's not aligned with the current change in land use on the site.
So that's a new, so people are proposing a reduction that wasn't consulted on.
Definitely need to consult on that. It's very much of a big issue.
Yeah. That's what I would call to.
And does that include the bit of Fitz Gully that's the one proposed to 70, or is it just?
It's
like that
already
with
70.
it? Okay.
But if you're going to bring it down to 80, then rather than bringing
You'd
that down
probably
to
go to
50, you'd go
60.
80 and 60, wouldn't you?
Yeah, cool.
It's Chapman and Conroy's, you said was on that, wasn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so is currently 100, we've proposed reducing it to 80 on the entire street, and 2 submissions were received in opposition to that change. One was received in support of the change.
It's very hard to drive that at 100 k's safely all the way through there. It's quite windy, I would have said.
Absolutely.
Agree?
Leaving it at 80.
80, yeah.
Chapman Road.
Rose Road is in 3 parts, part of it to 80 and part of it to 60. 3 submissions were received opposing the change, 2 supporting the change, and technical advice was not changed as a result of the feedback.
So the ones that didn't support it, what did they want?
One has noted too much travel time. Check this.
Be hard to do 80 or it's more than 60 through that.
Because the AA was suggesting that it all be 60, which was a reduction.
This one has said it's in the list, Earnscliffe, Chapman and Conroy's are windy roads with an already slow speed of travel. There's no need to reduce it.
I think I'm not really keen on this 80, 60, 80, which is what they have said.
Yeah. And I can understand it too. I just guess.
I understand it's the technical advice, and to be honest, they're not wrong. But are we trying to get away from this driver confusion and be consistent?
So the idea is that there's a bit of a thing called self-explaining road. So if the road feels like 80, it is 80. And then when you get down to the windy bit, it feels like a 60. So they're saying, I would say the other thing that the technical advice is saying is if it doesn't need to be reduced, don't reduce it just because that might annoy people, feeling like they don't need to drive that slow. But I can understand the concern of the AA where it's changing all the time. It is such a vast difference.
Could you just leave it at 80 the whole way through and just have the advisory warning signs?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
For the hill.
Just your 60.
Yeah, you could.
The winding road.
Yeah.
That's what I would suggest.
I mean, you can't drive at 80 around the corners.
What's that?
I said, wouldn't need to be consulted.
No, because it's already
It's already-
100, so you're not reducing it further. You're actually reducing it less than what was proposed in the consultation.
I'm just checking the submissions for to see if there are any points against that. One has just said Conroy's Road is really dangerous because of high speed, narrow road and tight curves. This is as a cyclist, they also have concerns there, and traffic using it as a bypass road. And the other submitter just says they fully agree, same as their last submitter against just said they were against it.
And I think as a cyclist, there's just some roads that you don't cycle.
Actually, and just to go one step further than that, as you know, and I know people don't like to hear this, but as road users, vehicles pay to use the roads. The bikes are not, and we want to keep everybody safe. But you hear that loud and clear from people saying, "How come we pay for the roads through our taxes and fees?" But
I would suggest that most cyclists are also motorists.
Yes, and we want to keep them safe. But it is, Tana's right. It's some things that otherwise we'd have all of our roads at 40 across New Zealand, and nothing would happen. We wouldn't go anywhere.
So you're proposing 80 all the way through for that one then? Okay.
Which was the
yeah
wiggly arrow.
But the advisory
Yeah,
signs
I
on
haven't got
it.
that. There's also McGregor Road there as well, where one submission listed both McGregor Road as part of a longer list of streets where they were opposed to the new speed limit, and that's going 100 down to the proposed 60.
They actually have their own sign on that road that says 50, I think. So that surprises me.
So once again, given that it's all 80, it's going to be all 80 around here, do we not just be consistent and keep it all as 80?
I think official aims 80, McGregor Road.
But it's no different to Hillview Road. You wouldn't drive, it's a gravel road, you wouldn't drive up that at 100 kilometres an hour. What do they want? What do they suggest on McGregor Road?
So it's proposed as 60, and there's a submission opposed to the new speed limit.
And they have not given a reason, they've just said, I don't support the changes at, and a long list of streets.
So I think that's actually, they've got a private road speed at 50 and they put it up So maybe they think it should stay at 50.
We need to seek clarification around that. or
I
not?
think we should go out and have a look this afternoon and see if it's got a sign on it. And if it's 50, it changes to a 60, just to be.
We had a submission today on Brigham Street that I hadn't actually put in this list. That one may in fact be in the area of a school speed zone.
It is.
We'll do that in the future, so
Yeah.
we don't need to make the journalists of that. We'll do Ernst Clue at the same time as Clyde.
Oh, no,
so-
there's one left, Little
I
Valley.
mean, there's
Yeah,
some
Little
more
Valley
there.
first.
So you've got
In Conroy.
Catman Road, in Conroy's. There was some more further at the beginning that were rural roads. We've got Let's Gully.
Rockview Road. Rockview Road, I think you put that in.
Got MacArthur, got Springbrook, don't see Little Valley too. Was there a submission on Rockview Road?
Not, it's not John.
There's also a Marshall Road,
So that goes down to the river across Enscombe Road.
and that's, I mean, at the moment, I guess it's 100 technically.
No.
right?
Um,
No, but
Proposed 40.
it's proposed to be 40, isn't it? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
I think that would be reasonable, given it's a,
Yeah, it's
it's a recreational road,
type
isn't it?
thing, yeah.
It's just very inconsistent, isn't it?
Very,
Would
got
you
bits and pieces
go
everywhere.
to 40 or 6? I guess that's, nobody's submitted against it, have they? So I guess you're leaving it at 40. Little Valley.
So Little Valley is, yeah, it was 100. We've proposed to reduce part of it to 60. A petition was received, signed by more than 20 residents. It's not clear from the signatures when it's a signature or their name. It's somewhere in the vicinity of 23. And they're all residents or members of the community requesting a 60-kilometre speed limit be applied to the entirety of Little Valley Road and extended up it.
Can I go one further step in that? I have actually, Mary Liz Sanders and John Sanders bailed me up about this last night, and they said ideally they would like 70, but they had asked my advice, and I said, well, NZTA is very keen on 20-kilometre increments, so they've put 60 down, but I think a 60 or an 80, they would like to see the speed on the road reduced.
Yeah. As the process person in the room, I wish they'd come in to have these chats. So we've got the reduction to 60. Technical advice is indicating support for that proposal, and it's likely we wouldn't actually need to consult on that one because the people who signed it are all the residents of the street. So, yeah.
So the question is 60 or 80?
80.
Bearing in
Would you
mind,
go 60 up to that, past those last sort of lookouts and then to,
that's where it is,
80.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 80 for the rest of
and
the
then
road.
80 out to Sanders?
Yeah, I think so. Because that's, I don't, I mean, for me, if I'm going out there, I'm usually going out to see the Sanders. 100k an hour.
No.
So, yeah,
But
I'm
no,
supportive of that.
Because 60, the whole way out there will significantly increase their travel time.
And they've got to do the 60 as well, so I'd suggest that a 60 compliance would be difficult across the whole length of the road, and 80 would be easy to get compliance.
Okay, so
and also-
60 is suggested and then 80 beyond.
Is that so?
I'm happy with that. That's you.
Yeah. Right, was there any more?
Chamberlain, Lewis Road?
Well, do we need, with the submissions on those?
No.
No.
So then, they,
Just on Ernst Clue, which I was leaving to last, is that has 2 areas we've consulted on, at the Alexandra end and the Clyde end. Submitters have not always clarified which part of it they're referring to. So as a whole, considering reductions on Ernst Clue Road, it's currently a 100-kilometre road. One part that's proposed to reduce to 80 and another to 50. I have 7 submissions opposed. 7 submissions requesting further reduction. And 3 submissions with specific support. But that did include the 2 different areas. So as general themes, the area near Clyde is where further reductions were requested, and the area of the other side didn't have quite the same level of feedback, but I couldn't always clarify where each piece relates.
So the area at Clyde, we heard from submitters this morning that there was quite a strong support to extend that 50 out to the Hawksburn Road. So if we deal with that one first, I think I can understand the reasons for that. I think we need to look into the transitional requirements. And include that in the report to council. I have emailed the speed limit people at NZ to get advice on that, but it's that end. The other ones might be a little bit more problematic.
Can I ask, with regards to that, we had at council, we had the school come in and they did their present, and that's, if I remember rightly, we were going to make sure that we were extending that 50k out. That was our intention.
That does.
So are we going to take it a little bit further to that Hawksburn? I think
it's not very far.
I'm very much in support of that. What I would like to see is less people probably using. If people on Conroy's and that are complaining, and Chapman Road are complaining about the amount of traffic, it's all because they're trying to get through to top end of the dam.
So that we don't need anything for that. We can just do that.
I think we just
What about 50k? What about the notification? Someone on the other side of it.
We will get some advice around that transition.
Keep that to it. Yep, right. Go.
And so then at the Alexandra end of Ernest Blue Road, that's the question now. Right, so that's from the Conroy's intersection back to Alexandra. That's that windy bit. And it's proposed to be 80.
And I saw some of that. There are bits on there where 100 feels comfortable, but it's interspersed with quite a lot of bits that 80 feels more appropriate. And we're not going to go back and forth and back and forth.
I think 80 was probably a compromise from 60, because there's parts where it would be 60.
Yeah. Last time I drove through there, I was amazed at the amount, because I don't go there obviously, but I was amazed at the amount of houses.
Yeah,
and, it was significant.
80.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. The other roads are 80 around.
Yeah. So we've made all the Conroy's 80 now too, so.
And we will confirm McGregor.
Yeah.
So Rockview, Lewis Road and Callagher Lane are just going to change. There were no submissions. So,
Next.
So there's nothing changing actually with Alexandra. Is that Hillview Road, there was no submissions on, and you've got that one. Now you're up to Clyde, is that right? Yeah. The 30Ks at Clyde are widespread support for that.
Yeah.
Just noting that does go down and across the bridge.
Agreed.
So what about the 70K? So what I'm going to suggest is that we actually go away and find out what the process is around the timelines for the subdivisions, because changing that 70 and a speed limit along Muttontown Road are probably going to be consequences of development occurring in that area. But there's a little bit of chicken and egg.
And we don't know the exact ingress egress confirmed for those developments either.
The timing, you don't want to have speed restrictions in place a long time before the development happens. But at the same time, you need to be able to put them in place when it does happen without having to go through an overwhelming process.
Yeah, so currently there's no individual residential access along that section. There is only the one road on the right and Muttontown Road, Hospital Corner.
So just on that Muttontown, on that 70Ks, there's actually, council owns a very thin strip of land, about 200 millimetres wide, from the start of that 70 all the way around there so that no one can get access from the Clyde side onto Sunderland Street. It's a limited access road. And the subdivision, the consenting process we've been through recently is restricting. The suggestion is that all of the access, all the development along Muttontown Road comes out onto
And not Sunderland.
not onto Sunderland Street.
Definitely.
So the only movement you're getting is an increase in movement around that intersection.
The only thing I would say is that we, and this is about consistency and looking forward. Of that, let's say the Muttontown Road, that could be a 40k zone or 30 because of subdivision and retirement village. Then you go to 70 and just up the road you go to 50 and then you go to 30. It's too much change. So, and I guess, I know it's a long stretch of road, that's 70, well, it's a reasonable, but 50 to 70, I've always been perplexed as to why the heck it's always been 70.
It does feel right though. So I drive that all the time. It's very hard to do. I actually struggle sometimes to do 70 on there because there's literally nothing. You know, it is an area that the police get quite a high level of enforcement action occurring. Reducing it to 50 could have some quite, I think that would need to be consulted on. But what I'm suspecting is that because of the development, there is going to need to be another bylaw variation or whatever the process is for Clyde as that development occurs.
Correct.
Okay. So you're just proposing to leave it at the moment?
I suggest so, and that it gets revisited when the development's actually happening or happened.
Or do you want to do it the other way around where 70, if you change it to 7?
It is already 70.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be no change. So that would be no change.
And I just need to note that Sunderland is one place where I made a miscalculation in the written copy. I've said 4 submitters and it was 6.
That they wanted it to be less or not
less. It's also the one that had the most emotive language in the submissions as well. Sunderland.
So why did they want it to be less along that stretch?
And they felt that was a horrendous risk of crashes and the speed feels very fast.
I could understand maybe around the intersections.
Just leave it.
People are wanting, people submitting and saying they want it slower.
3 people.
6 people.
6 people.
There could also be 6 people who don't want it.
So that wasn't consulted?
No.
Oh, you know, well, if that's the case, we've listened to the people, we understand, but we have to go out and consult in case there's other points of view.
Yeah. I think your decision here is, do you want to consult on this one or not?
Well, it'll come up with
Well, given that,
won't it?
So I would suggest that you say that you will consult on it as part of the development growth occurring down there.
Yeah, and especially just so that
It's
people
going
know
to be
that
a
they've
lot
been
to
heard.
get Clyde's development and water and all that, so.
So we won't program it into this round, but we'll review that decision as the development occurs.
Yes.
There's lots of change. Right, next.
Is that the same for Muttontown?
I would suggest so.
Yeah,
I think so, because there was no consultation on that. And then I think whether or not Muttontown Road becomes no exit is part of that too.
So yeah.
Bay Street next, because that's also in the township, so that's 50 kilometres. We've proposed to reduce it to 30. One submission has listed it with no context as a part of a long list of streets where they oppose change. We can either continue with the proposal or change it as a result of that. Where is the page? The second table. So the table of opposition.
So I didn't realise there was some for and some against.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just split it by for and against.
I was probably going to talk about.
Maybe next.
Wanted it to be 30 for longer.
No,
they wanted
it
No, that's 30 and they want to, we want to reduce it to 30 and they want it to remain at 50.
That bottom corner where it joins on.
It goes, so Bay Street goes all the way through to.
That part, it doesn't stop at the corner.
Yeah. Look, what I would suggest there is, once the work's finished, we're gonna be marking car parking all of them. I think it's gonna it narrows up quite significantly.
I don't think you should change any of the other streets. I think you should just leave that 30K in there.
I think one submission against it probably isn't enough to sway.
No.
Yeah, I've sort of been analysing this as the default of the proposal, looking for evidence to promote a change from the proposal. But really made my own conclusions anyway. Fruit Growers Road is next. We have 2 sections on Fruit Growers Road. It's currently 100. Part of it from Earnscleugh Road will go to 50 and then the remainder to 30 as part of those Clyde changes. One submission opposes it. One has requested further reductions in speed along it and noted this sign location is out of alignment. Technical advice remains unchanged that the change should go ahead, but noted the signage location will be updated as part of the related speed limit signage updates.
So here it's that green, that's 70. Are we putting a 70 in? Do I think we could put a
From a 30 to a 70.
57 has the details.
It just seems in a location there. I wonder why it starts and stops where it starts and stops.
I saw something about, because where does it stop being our road and become Contacts Road?
So there's a stretch across the abutment of the dam that's about 400 metres long, perhaps 200 metres either side, that they technically have control over,
Right.
but the road itself is still ours.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, you'd hardly zoom all the way along there at 100 k's an hour.
But it's coming that way on a bike. That's the problem. I did 70 k's coming down there on a bike. Then when I was a little bit concerned that I was going to hit the bottom of the bridge.
Yes.
So that is probably more of a concern. People coming down there at a rapid rate and riding their bikes.
It's a busy
Very,
road.
very busy.
I think probably it could be 60 the whole way along.
60 all the way through.
I'd be supportive of
So
that.
30 to 60.
30 to
Because are
60.
we doing no more 70?
Yeah, we're not doing 70, so I can't see how we can put a 70 on.
Unless that's an existing 70.
I think there was an existing 70 in
Oh,
that
that's-
bottom part.
That's why it's there.
Yeah.
Look, I think if you were changing it, you'd have to consult because it's not been consulted on for a change, has it?
This has been consulted on for a change that's being opposed.
Only that 30 at the very bottom though, that's in the intersection is changing. I think the 70's already there.
I mean, we wouldn't have got technical advice on a 70, would we?
About an 80 metre section that seems to be on 50, but that might be a technical adjustment at that section part.
Look, I think Fruit Growers Road is warrant of consideration for a lower speed limit along its whole length, but it's something you'd probably need to
I think we
consult
should
on.
consult on it and look at doing it, making it 60 from that 30 all the way to the
Yeah.
end.
Like it goes through a slip zone and past a dam and it's
Especially increasing cyclists,
drop-offs and things.
and camper vans.
So, just hang on. Finish at 2.
1 minute and leave at about 5 to.
Yeah, so, how do you want to proceed with the remainder? Do you need to reconvene?
Possibly. Finish it off. I
Because
wouldn't
there's
want us to
still quite a
feel like
bit
rush
to go.
through Roxburgh and all the ones around Bannockburn and so on.
There's quite a few laps to go.
Yeah, some of them will be quite. Others that people ask for.
Yeah.
Meet again if possible. How do you, when you say meet again, is that today? Or is this another day?
It's up to
Another
you
day.
and Wayne to.
Because I'm away, I've got Wednesday, God, I haven't got Wednesday. And then I haven't got, I could do a wee bit on Thursday. No, I could do Thursday morning. So that'll be me, Thursday morning. Yeah. But I'm happy to come back this afternoon after my doctor's. I just have to get to the doctor.
We could come back.
I'm all right after
After
that.
3.
What about you though?
I'd come back if it was like 3:30, just to give me time to get the teenager and 2 small people home and then she can watch them.
What about you, Stu, though?
I'm here for the day.
You would rather just get it done today?
Well, I can't come Thursday, I believe, just out for us this week.
Yeah.
How many more? Oh, shit.
Would 3:30 work for people?
I'm happy with that.
Yeah. You can just go until
As quick
it's
as
done.
I can.
Go until it's done.
What we could do, even if we got back a few minutes earlier and you work here, is just go through the maps that didn't have any changes.
Yeah, I'll get here as soon as I can.
So are we able to leave this stuff here?
Yeah.
Like this,
we're in order.
not touch anything?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's great.
Okay, well, will we carry on for 5 minutes?
I'm just gonna go grab the interview documentation.
That's all right if you need to.
Yeah, actually, I might
basically
need to go to
get to the document.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
just come
reconvene
back.
it.
Yeah, 3:30.
It's close to 3:30, isn't it? Caitlin will be happy.
Guess what, darling, you're famous this afternoon.
At least she might get paid.
Yeah.
I'm just getting home from the meat company because of my animal decoration.